Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Ohio.
Last night, the Cubbies came to town, and the Reds offensively flexing their muscles, blasting 3 home runs in an opening game lead. But, of course, to seal the deal, it takes great defense. First from Billy Hamilton, and one of the plays of the year in baseball from the magical Brandon Phillips. A 1-run lead in the ninth, handed to the big fella. Game over. The Reds looking to make back-to-back wins tonight. Iglesias will get the ball against Jason Hamill here in round 2. And look at the weather. It is an absolutely glorious night for baseball in downtown Cincinnati. Much of the humidity long gone. Bright sunshine, blue skies. And here we are for the second game of this series. And hi again, everybody, alongside Chris Welsh and Jim Day. I'm Tom Brenneman. Pitching matchup tonight. The youngster, Iglesias, against a guy really having a nice year in his second go-round with the Cubs in Jason Hamill.
Well, at the very beginning of the year, the Reds were going to be very careful with the number of innings that Iglesias would pitch. Well, it seems like things kind of take care of themselves. He went on the disabled list with a side injury. That limited his innings. He's come back. He hasn't pitched really deep into ball games. But the flashes of brilliance that he has shown from time to time really give you a lot of hope into the future. He's got a moving fastball, good command of the strike zone, breaking pitches from all different angles. He's a guy that reminds me a little bit of a combination between Johnny Cueto and Bronson Arroyo.
You know, Chris, earlier today I was asked to be part of a video they're putting together for Randy Johnson. Of course, he'll go into the Hall of Fame this year, and I've said, at least in my 28 years, he was by far the most dominating starter I've ever seen. Are we starting to get into the territory now with Aroldis Chapman that perhaps he is the most dominating reliever of all time?
Well, I think on an individual basis, he already is that, because nobody in the world throws harder than Aroldis Chapman. I mean, we've proven that time and time again. I mean, he's essentially a freak of nature. And I don't say that in a bad way, but in a very complimentary way. This is what the opposing teams say about him. They don't want to see Chapman. You don't want to stand in the batter's box. And it's only a matter of time until he shatters just about every closer record out there. Maybe this side of games pitched. But he's a guy that the strikeout rate is just off the charts, and it will stay that way.
He's something to watch. I'll certainly watch him for a little while longer. And what about Brandon? Well, his main man is Jim Day. And Jim's going to talk about that play when we come back. You're watching Reds Baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.
finally got a nice night for you. Partly cloudy skies, 83 first pitch, mostly clear, 80 degrees, fourth or fifth inning. Heading for home, we're looking at 75, mostly clear skies, relative humidity slowly dropping. I'll tell you what, doubleheader tomorrow, weather looks absolutely beautiful. How about this? Little right-handed Joe Morgan going on, little twitch. Woo! Enjoy the game, everybody, on Fox Sports Ohio.
Tim, thank you. I'm Jim Day. We have been blessed to watch Brandon Phillips in the field on a night-in, night-out basis. When he's not out there at second base, boy, you really notice how great this guy is. We are a full-service entertainment provider, and our IGS bringing you the energy. We're just going to let you enjoy these Brandon Phillips gems in the field. Picking it, catching it, and then last night behind the back to Suarez. Not only a great play, but with pressure on, Reds holding on to a one-run lead late, and in a one-run victory, you could say that play saved the game and a top play of the season. Raisel Iglesias hopes he has that defense behind him. He goes to the mound against the Cubbies. Tom and Chris are next on Fox Sports Ohio.
Ohio, brought to you by Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com. By Chevy. Check out their award-winning lineup only at your tri-state Chevy dealer. And by Skyline Chili. Feeling good. It's Skyline time. Reds have taken the field defensively, ready for game 2 on a beautiful, beautiful weather night in downtown Cincinnati, and another big crowd. I mean, virtually every game here of late, 37, 38, 40,000. Monday night, last night, had almost 35,000. Joe Madden bringing his team to town. Right now, the leaders by 1 game over the Giants for the second wild card spot among all National League teams. And his starting lineup reads as follows. Dexter Fowler, again, the Middletown high school grad. Kyle Schwarber behind the plate. Chris Bryant at third. Rizzo, Soler, Coughlin in the middle. Castro, the pitcher, bats 8th. Addison Russell, the second baseman, bats 9th. And making his 6th major league start, his 8th major league appearance, is right-hander Raisel Iglesias.
Well, he became one of my favorite pitchers to watch back in spring training, Tom, because just his approach is unique nowadays. It's fresh, it's fun, he's smiling out there. He did not have a great outing his last time. That was the start that he made down in Miami against the Marlins. It was a horrible drubbing. The Reds ended up on the short end of a 14-3 game overall. But, you know, Iglesias still has shown a lot of bright spots throughout the season. And he's a guy that the Reds have signed to a long-term deal. They've got him for a 7-year major league deal, so they've got a big commitment to Iglesias. But they love his pitchability, and that's the same thing I really like about him as well.
All right, Dexter Fowler to lead things off. He looks at a first pitch fastball high, says a home plate umpire Field and Colbreth, and this one is underway. Fowler at .235, 8 home runs and 25 batted in. He had one of his better games of the season last night. Was on base 4 times, 2 hits, a run scored, and 2 walks. His only out was a line drive at Brandon Phillips. Tonight, the first time the Cubs are getting a look at Raisel Iglesias. There's not a single team that has seen him twice. I mean, bear in mind, he's pitching 2 games out of the bullpen, and tonight is only his 6th start of the year. He went longer than a month and a half in between major league appearances on the DL after a game at the end of May against the Washington Nationals. And then his next outing in the big leagues was his most recent outing in the big leagues, as Chris mentioned, on the 11th of July in Miami. And in fairness to Iglesias, he may not have had his best stuff, but there was very shoddy defense behind him. No errors charged to the Reds on defense that night in Miami.
Well, all the runs they got off of him came in 1 inning. I mean, he pitched 4 scoreless innings before he gave up 5 in the 5th. So it caved in on the Reds in a hurry, and that was the day they got out of town, a day they had a post-game meeting, and it was not a good way to leave Miami.
Soft one hopper at Brandon, down on 1 knee to make sure, 1 away. And we talked about this young fellow last night, a graduate of Middletown High School, just north of Cincinnati, played collegiately for the Indiana Hoosiers. And the 4th overall pick in the draft just a year ago, and here he is in the big leagues playing in his 11th game. Last night, the first in his hometown as a major leaguer. He was here a week ago when he won the Most Valuable Player award in the Futures game 2 days before the All-Star game.
You know, the first thing that usually major league pitching does to a young man that comes up out of the minor leagues is they bust him in with fastballs and they find out whether he can handle a big league fastball. I think Schwarber can do that without a doubt. He's a guy with a very short swing. He's got short arms. He's tough to get inside on. He's extremely strong, and he's got great bat speed.
The guy's built like an oak tree.
And so now you go to the next step, which is, can you cover the outside part of the plate? Can you adjust the changes in speeds? And right there, Iglesias sped him up, slowed him down, and sped him up again.
94 on that fastball, strike 3 swinging, and the first 2 retired here in the first.
You see Brian Pena back there saying, okay, just let it rip. And he did right there with a 4-seamer. That may have been a 2-seamer. I think it was a 2-seamer. He's got life to his fastball. That's what you really like about a young guy with a loosey-goosey delivery like that.
He threw a fastball inside right by Chris Bryant. Strike 1. Just 82 games for Bryant since they brought him up from AAA Iowa. And in those 82 games, 52 runs batted in. Like Chris pointed out last night, he has struck out a ton. Bryant, in 302 at-bats, has struck out over a third of the time.
Wow.
107 punch-outs.
He would have hit that if it had taken a good hop. Now we laugh about that, but it's not an easy time to see right now. That batter's eye, glare, bright, hard to see the spin of a ball.
Straight up in the air. Brandon Phillips to the outfield grass, and it's a good start for Raisel Iglesias. He mows him down in order, and here come the Reds against Hamill when we return. Brian Price's starting lineup presented by Meyer. Brandon Phillips, Joey Votto, Todd Frazier, the front three. Jay Bruce, the cleanup batter. Brian Pena in there tonight with Iglesias on the mound, and Marlon Byrd in center. A night off for Billy Hamilton. Suarez at short. Schumacher will bat eighth and play left field. And Iglesias on the mound. Hamill, his 18th start. Does not have a complete game. Very good ERA.
Might be the best 5-4 pitcher out there right now, at least based on his earned run average, which is way under his major league career earned run average. He is 64 up and 74 down in his career, and one game over 500 this year. He has pitched some really good baseball for the Chicago Cubs this summer.
Hamill broke in initially with Tampa Bay, was there for 3 years, went to Colorado, and boy, that's where a guy can lose his confidence as a pitcher in a hurry. And many will tell you that's exactly what happened. Phillips, a base hit into center field. He moved from there 2 years to Baltimore and really pitched beautifully for the Cubs starting in 2014. And then last year they trade him to Oakland and re-sign him, Chris, in the offseason.
That was really a shrewd move by the Cubs, actually, because they wanted to get something in return. I think they got Addison Russell in that deal.
Yes, they did.
So they got their starting second baseman, and then they weren't going anywhere. Last year the Cubs weren't. So they re-signed Hamill because they like what they see. And it just kind of a good business move right there. The guy that actually thought he was coming back to Chicago, or at least leaked it out that he might be willing to come back with Jeff Samardzija. That he did come back to Chicago, but not with the Cubs, but with the White Sox.
And now there's stories again that Samardzija once more could be on the move come the trade deadline. Brandon dancing around out there at first. And it's a ball and a strike on Joey Votto. 287 batting, 16 home runs, 44 batted in for Votto. Phillips does have 11 stolen bases. He's only been thrown out one time. Well, you saw those numbers from a batting average standpoint. It's been a good month for Votto. But here we are in the 21st of the month, and just 2 home runs and only 6 runs batted in so far in July. But 10 more days to go in it, and he has a chance to get fat here leading up to the end of the month. He's been swinging the bat very well of late, and his ball is blistered into center field and unable to handle it. Perhaps going from sun to shade is fouling. Ball had a lot of top spin on it. Ball hit very hard by Votto, and they're on the corners.
I wouldn't be surprised if that ball not only had topspin on it, Tom, or acted like it had topspin, but was knuckling. That's how hard Votto hit the ball. I would imagine that'll be one of the hardest hit balls of the night. Right on the button. And looked like just another hitting and bad luck for Votto until that ball just bounces off of Dexter Fowler's glove.
It has scored an error. That's a tough error. That one might be changed later. All right, now a chance here in the opening inning. Todd Frazier. First pitch fastball up in the zone. Frazier chases and fouls it straight back.
If you're facing Jason Hammel, you're going to look really for something hard, because he throws two different types of fastballs, throws a lot of those, and throws a lot of sliders. Not really much in the way of really off speed stuff. No slow curve balls, not much in the way of changeups. It's pretty much fastball slider all night long.
Frazier had the day off on Sunday, returned to the lineup last night. His first at bat in the first inning, as he's prone to do. He's among the very best first inning hitters on the planet. He had a home run last night, added a single, drew a walk, scored another run. This should be deep enough to plate Phillips, making a catch. Fowler. He'll throw into second base. Frazier to sac fly, applauding himself. And a 1-0 lead.
Always nice to get on the board first, no question about that. In fact, that's what happened when the Reds last faced Hammel. It was in Chicago, and the Reds got their runs off of him in the first inning, 3 of them. He didn't have great defense behind him that day, but you know, it helps when you strike early.
Now Jay Bruce has really been swinging a good bat for an extended period of time. You go month by month so far this season, and some of you may have seen Reds Live, the pregame version, documenting Bruce's year from a batting average and production standpoint. He's gone up every month after a brutal April.
Well, in the category of what have you done for me lately, as in the last week, he has done a whole lot. A .423 batting average, 3 doubles, 3 home runs, including one last night that went 459 feet.
And Jay, a home run, one of his 3 hits and 10 at bats career wise against his Cub right-hander. Bruce had a double and that long home run you mentioned, Chris, in the 5-4 victory last night. The home run was the one that gave him the lead with a runner aboard in the 6th. Gone swinging here in the first inning for the second out. Let's take a look at Chicago defensively, presented by Floyd. Same group we saw at every position in the game last night. Ryan Pena, 271, 8 doubles, 11 runs batted in, does not have a home run so far this year. Votto at first with 2 away and a run in. 0-1. 2-0 on Brian Pena, and Schwarber a quick visit to the hill.
That'd be kind of an interesting conversation, really, because Schwarber just up in the major leagues for the first time. I mean, relatively speaking, he's been up and down a little bit this year. But you've got a long veteran out there in Jason Hamill. So it could be, hey, what do you want to go after him with? I doubt that it was a conversation like, hey, don't look in the on-deck circle because there's a guy swinging the bat pretty hot right now, and he hit a home run last night. So you may want to get the guy at the plate right here. That's what a veteran catcher would say.
Votto has 5 stolen bases. He's been thrown out twice. 3-0 to Pena.
And Hamill is just missing high. I thought for a while that he was trying to keep the ball up and out of the zone against Jay Bruce, but it just seems like he's flying his front shoulder open, maybe rushing a little bit, trying to overthrow.
Three balls and a strike to Bryant. Cubs have won 7 of the 10 played between these two teams, and really the pendulum started to swing the other way after the Reds had gone 5.5 years of complete and thorough domination of this Chicago team. But in September last year, the Cubs won a couple of series, and they've been rolling this year. But the Reds winners last night, and they score in the first inning tonight. We go to the second, 1-0 Redlegs. Marlon Byrd moves from left to center field. Billy Hamilton a night off, and Skip Schumacher starts out in left field. The regular group along the infield, and Pena hanging the signs for his fellow Cuban native, Raisel Iglesias. Jim Day, we have an all-Cuban battery again here tonight. And that's been the story for Iglesias all 5 of his prior major league starts, working with his pal Pena back behind the plate. Be checking in with Jim Day here momentarily on that topic. Anthony Rizzo to lead things off. And a fastball is away. 1-0. Rizzo at .294, 16 home runs, 51 runs batted in. Jim Day.
You know, these guys are very proud of their Cuban heritage, and it has been a long time since battery mates both born in Cuba have hooked up. It's not the first time this season, but it's the first time since 1918 that the Reds battery of both Cuban-born players were pitching and catching in the same game. You have to go back to Dolph Luque and Manuel Cueto way back in 1918. And you talk anything of Cuban descent, Cuban heritage, and Brian Pena and Raisel Iglesias are very proud of where they came from.
There's a fly ball in the left field by Rizzo, and Iglesias has retired the first 4 tonight.
And not only has he retired the first 4, but he appears that the Cubs aren't really getting very good swings against him. I mean, that was you'd love to get a swing like that from Anthony Rizzo. I mean, he was just trying to make contact with the ball right there.
Look at that breaking ball from Iglesias. Iglesias, a very quick worker out there on the mound. And the 0-1 to Jorge Soler. A ball and a strike. Soler has missed roughly a third of the season. A little less than that. Breaking ball away. He was out with an ankle injury. 5 home runs, 26 runs batted in. He had 1 hit and 4 trips last night, but the hit was a big one. That was a 2-strike, 2-out, 2-run double in the Cubs' 3-run 5th inning against Michael Lorenzen. 3 balls and a strike. That was really a base hit from Soler that in the short amount of time he's been in the big leagues, we've really never seen him do it. Normally we see swings like that, whether it's 1-0 or 3-1. But on a 2-strike count yesterday, he just served one down the right field line close to the bag to knock in a pair. That's a Vladimir Guerrero swing right there. Ooh. Ball 4. So Iglesias pitches from the stretch for the first time tonight. Rolling in the 2nd inning. Reds lead 1-0, and here's Coghlan. Cub left fielder, 249, 8 home runs, 20 batted in. Two balls and no strikes on Coghlan. Coghlan, you may remember back in 2009, was a National League Rookie of the Year. He had 321 that season coming up with the Marlins. He played in 128 games. He had one of the greatest months a rookie has ever had in the history of baseball in August of that year. He led the majors with 47 base hits in 1 month. 2 balls and a strike.
It's almost like it's a misprint when you read that. 47 hits in a month. I mean, did Pete Rose ever have 47 hits in a month?
That's a good question. I mean, but if there's anybody you'd bet on that did it, it'd be
exactly. That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm bringing up the hit king, because he would be the only guy you would think. Maybe Ichiro.
Well, how about this? He had 113 hits in the second half of the season. 113.
Pretty good for a rookie.
That's the most ever by a National League rookie. The 3rd most by a rookie in Major League history. And all of a sudden, Iglesias pitching in hitters counts. He ended up walking Soler, and on a 3-1 pitch, had it smoked by Coughlin into center field. 2 on, 1 out. And here comes Starlin Castro.
Now a 3-1 pitch, and pretty much right through the wickets right there. Hit sharply. It gets on you in a hurry when you're out there on the pitcher's mound. You know, this Cubs lineup is, you can't call it relentless because they're not really scoring a lot of runs right now, but potentially it is relentless, especially in a ballpark like Cincinnati. Because here you're facing a guy that has spent the majority of his major league career in the number 3 and 4 spots in the lineup. He's been bumped down now to number 7, which gives you an indication how strong this lineup really is.
One 1-0 to Castro. And the count even a ball a strike. Castro is not having a good offensive season, not by his standards anyway. .241 batting average, 5 home runs and 39 runs batted in. I mean, we're talking about the kind of year Coughlin had when he won the Rookie of the Year award. Well, there are very few players in the history of baseball that had 2 seasons to start a career like Castro did. When he was brought up in 2010 from Double-A, in 125 games, he had 139 hits. The next year, his first full year in the big leagues, he had 207 hits.
So he made his major league debut here, if I'm not mistaken, and had one of the best debuts you could ever have.
Strike 3 called. Breaking ball on the outside corner.
Look like Iglesias dropped down a little bit more than normal right here. Starlin Castro is going to step in the bucket just ever so slightly. And that breaking ball is going to be right on the corner. Even if Castro swings at that pitch, he's not going to do anything with it. Not with the way his body's going one way and that pitch going the other.
All right, now the pitching. But don't take this guy for granted now. Hamill has 8 hits and 39 at bats. You make a mistake, all of a sudden he can put the Cubs on the board with a base hit. And Iglesias a long look in at fielding Culbreth, wondering where that fastball missed the outside edge. 2 on, 2 out. And the 1-1 pitch. Good breaking ball to get ahead.
It used to be that the pitcher strike zone would be a little bit larger than the strike zone of the, say, number 3 or 4 hitter, of a guy who maybe has led the league in hitting or on his way to the Hall of Fame, but no more, because the umpires are judged on every call they make now.
Bouncing ball off the glove of Iglesias. Phillips will have time, and the inning is over. Reds catch a break there. After an inning and a half, Reds in front, 1-0. Our game tonight, Michael Allen from Cincinnati will win this beautiful new Tundra. You can register for your chance to win. Just stop by your Cincinnati and or Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. What a beautiful night. Been sparring our way through very hot, muggy weather. A lot of rain here of late. But all of a sudden, about midway through the afternoon, the humidity virtually disappeared, and it is just a glorious summer night. Expecting more of the same tomorrow, as Tim Hedrick told you a short while ago from WKRC Channel 12. So remember, your calendar, your schedule may tell you tomorrow is a single game, a 12:35 game. Well, we will have that game. But due to a rain out earlier this year when the Cubs were in town, we will have a split day-night doubleheader. So, your choice. If you'd like to come down at 12:35, love to have you. If you'd rather wait until 6, that is the start time for Game 2, 6:10 tomorrow night. 0-2 on Marlon Byrd. Reds lead 1-0 as they bat in the second against Jason Hamill. Over the mound, Russell charging, bare hand play, and a good one. Brian Price is going to take a look at this, or more accurately, Rob Coughlin will take a look and let Brian know what he thinks. Byrd thought he beat it.
I'll tell you, that replay looks like maybe Marlon Byrd is right, and they are going to take a replay. The umpires are heading to the headsets.
We get a real good look right here. That's safe. That should be overturned.
And it should not take long. In fact, the guys in the replay room are already reviewing a play like that even before the manager decides to ask for a review. They want to expedite the process.
You have been in that room,
and it's an incredible thing to witness. I mean, it looks like the inside of NASA. I mean, monitors everywhere.
It looks like your living room.
And it didn't take long.
So safe. Call is overturned. Infield hit for Marlon Byrd. No question about it. That took all of 42 seconds, and half of that time was Jim Reynolds, the first base umpire, running over to the third base side dugout and back. Here's a Eugenio Suarez. Young man has been very impressive. .311 batter, 5 home runs, 15 batted in, 4 doubles, a triple. Schumacher waits on deck. Pitcher batting 9th in the Reds batting order tonight. And it doesn't matter right-handed batter or left-handed batter. You pointed it out the last half inning. Hamill is missing high and inside to the right-handed batter's box.
Now, he left his last start after 1 inning. That was a game against the St. Louis Cardinals where he came out after throwing a perfect first inning with a strained hamstring. At a bullpen session, said he was going to be okay.
Base hit left field. Byrd on the second.
Well, he's not pitching in the best of luck right now, Hamels is, and he's given up an infield hit in this inning and 2 seeing eye base hits to the Reds. One by Phillips just up the middle beyond the shortstop's reach. This one in the 5.5 hole beyond the shortstop's reach. Well, he's piling up those hits.
Here's Schumacher. 213 overall. Most of his damage has been done as a pinch hitter this year. He's been the best in the league. He has more pinch hits than anybody in baseball.
Now, this would normally be the spot where the pitcher would be up right now if Billy Hamilton was in the ball game. Hamilton's getting a night off, so the pitcher's back in his 9th spot. And you'd see a first and second, nobody out bunt going on here if the pitcher was batting in the 8th slot.
One ball and one strike on Schumacher. 2 on, nobody out. Throw down to third. It's safe at third base. If that ball makes it in the air, they probably get Marlon Byrd. But the bounce forced Bryant to come up off the ground level. And that's where Byrd slid in underneath.
I don't think we've seen one ricochet back through the pitcher or the catcher this hard all year. I mean, Schwarber had to take a look before he threw because he really wasn't sure where that runner was going to be. And I think that's what also may have thrown him off. He looked up, realized he had a chance, and rushed that throw after he took a look.
So now Schumacher with a chance to knock in the Reds' second run of the game. Now Suarez never broke. You know, when he sees a fastball thrown up in a strike zone right there, Chris, I mean, you're expecting the catcher to catch the ball. And it just flew right past him. And as you said, the next thing you know, Schwarber turns around and had the ball. Not quite sure the angle there that Suarez may have had. He did not advance. And a bouncing ball will bring in the run. RBI for Schumacher. On to second goes Suarez, and the Reds have a 2-0 lead. Good job by Schumacher, just putting the ball in play, bringing in a run.
And especially when you're in the 8th spot in the order and you've got the pitcher coming up next. So not only did he bring the run in, but he advanced the runner to second base. So now the Reds have a chance of staying out of the double play ball. And now you can let Iglesias swing away, I would imagine. I mean, why not?
Obviously, there are a lot more ways a runner can score from third than he can from second base. We understand that, but more than likely, you're going to need a base hit in this inning to score that runner from second base.
Well, he's already thrown one to the backstop. It's a wild pitch or a pass ball, or certainly 2 of them right there, but I think there's 8 or 9 ways.
Iglesias does not have a hit in 8 major league at bats, nor does he have a sacrifice.
Well, the reason I don't particularly like this play, and not just because Iglesias hasn't shown that he can hit yet, but you never know. If you're not going to score a guy on a bunt, but you might score a guy on a flare. Maybe you get out ahead of one, you rip one down the line. I mean, he takes his BP. That's not going to get him in.
I'm with you. You and I have talked about this a lot in different situations.
And I'm not saying that there's a right or wrong way.
No.
I mean, you know, I'm sure Brian Price and Jay Bell have their reasons for putting it on right there. Now, you would put it on perhaps with a runner at first base just to stay out of a double play ball. But with a runner on second, anybody with a bat is dangerous. The old left-hander used to say that all the time.
So Brandon Phillips, who led off the game with a single in the center field, scored the first run of the game, will bat with Suarez at second and 2 away, and the Reds leading 2-0 over Hamill and the Cubs. Jim Day did that report on Brandon Phillips' defense just before the first pitch tonight, but I was so waiting for Jim to have some kind of interview with his main guy here. Because when he makes a play like that, Jimbo, he likes telling you about it.
He does, but he told everyone in postgame last night that would listen, and there were a lot around his locker, that I looked good on that play, didn't I? He wanted everyone to know he not only made the play, but he looked good making the play.
He did. Hey, it's not bragging if you're telling the truth.
I had no idea he was going to be there. I was very surprised that he was there. I was happy that he was there, and it was just a beautiful play. I looked very good on that play too.
That's good stuff. With a straight face, that's really good. I mean, that play was all the rage all over the country.
It has to be. I mean, I got to tell you, Tom, I played a year with Ozzie Smith as my shortstop in San Diego. And as far as, he doesn't have anything on Brandon Phillips. I mean, he made some tremendous acrobatic plays. Phillips is even more creative than Ozzie was. Of course, nowadays you have the ability to see those plays over and over again on your phone. But I'm telling you, you're looking at a very rare guy here when you see defense play like Brandon Phillips. It just doesn't happen.
Back to the mound, and the inning is over. Scoring innings in each of the front two for the Redlegs. We go to the third. Reds 2, Cubbies nothing. Some effective innings from their starters. I mean, they need innings, period, from their starters because they have been few and far between, but they need good ones, especially tonight.
Well, you're right, and you were hoping to get it last night. You didn't get deep into the ball game with Michael Lorenzen. You did not get deep into the ball game the other day with Johnny Cueto on the mound. They've not had an off day for a while, so other than the All-Star break that they came back from on Monday, yeah, they need a deep game out of Iglesias.
First pitch swinging, Addison Russell, and that's the way you pitch deep into games. Get the guy to swing at that first pitch and make it out.
Better believe it. And you get guys to swing at the first pitch when you throw strikes. If you're out there running the count to 3-0,
that's a great
3-1 all the time, then why would you swing?
It's a great point, and it's as simple as a day is long, but it's so accurate.
And especially if you've shown the indication you're going to throw a fastball on the first pitch, because hitters always want to hit a fastball when possible.
So now Dexter Fowler, he tapped out on a 3-2 pitch leading off the game, and there's strike one. Everybody around Major League Baseball in action tonight. Pirates roughed up Yordano Ventura last night, and how about the Royals sending Ventura to the minor leagues today? That was a pitcher we saw in Kansas City that was virtually unhittable, and we thought we were watching a, well, you may remember that night he outdueled Johnny Cueto. We thought we were seeing a young Johnny Cueto, and it makes you wonder, does that all of a sudden turn up the heat in a major way on the Royals about trying to acquire a quote-unquote #1? And apparently there are 3 of them on the market right now.
Well, there's
because
at
the
least
Tigers, apparently that story leaks out that they might be willing to deal David Price.
Well, you've got, David Price leaked out today. Whether you believe that or not, I would presume that he might be on the market. Jeff Samardzija has been rumored to be out there. Johnny Cueto, Cole Hamels. I'm missing one more, a real good pitcher that has been rumored to be available. I mean, so what that really does, though, if you're Walt Jocketty and you're intent on trading some pitchers like Cueto or Leake, it suppresses the market price. Because if you're asking too much for Cueto, well, we'll go get David Price, or we'll go get Samardzija, or maybe Cole Hamels, or maybe one notch down and get the next level of pitcher out there. Look at the action on that fastball. I mean, you can't teach that.
You may remember the Cubs were the ones that pulled the trigger very, very early, sending Samardzija and Hamill to the Oakland Athletics. Addison Russell part of that deal. That deal was made in the early days of July. They did not wait around until that trade deadline started creeping up on them. Now, whether or not there's evidence that says you do better closer to the deadline, further away from a deadline, that one ripped into right field, a base hit. I think a lot is being made of that. I don't know much as to the relevance of that.
Guy takes a rip. You think he's suppressing the desire to tell Joey Votto, I have watched you from Middletown for so many years, man. I really love watching you hit. You're like one of my heroes. I've got your jersey. I had your jersey in my room. Any of that stuff. That would make Votto feel a little old right away, wouldn't it? It doesn't look like they're talking very much anyhow.
No. One ball and one strike on Bryant. With 2 away and a runner at first base here in the 3rd. Reds with a 2-0 lead, and it's popped up again by Bryant. Shallow center. Inning over. 1 hit, 1 left. Middle of the 3rd. Reds lead 2-0.
Ready for that day's game. It's Reds Live, the pregame edition. It is brought to you by Ray St. Clair Roofing. I'm Jim Day. Todd Frazier set to hit second in this half inning, and today he was named as one of 30 representatives for the Heart and Hustle Award. He is your Reds representative for this award. Now, this is an award that is voted on by the Major League Players Alumni Association. Given to guys that demonstrate a passion for the game and best embody the values, spirit, and tradition of the game. It's the only award voted on by former players. Now, the league winner will be announced in November, but in talking to Frazier, and I've talked to this guy many times, and I can tell when he's giving you the standard politically correct answer, when he's excited about this or excited about that. He was truly moved by this award because he says there were Hall of Famers and future Hall of Famers that were on the panel voting for it, and he's very proud of the award.
Well, he should be proud of the award. You're exactly right. But Votto just slightly on top of that with a top spin, or that baby is a rocket to the first row of the stand.
I'll tell you, I really believe that in 2 at-bats, Joey Votto has hit the ball too pure. Because if you hit it right on the screws, you don't get under it enough, and you don't put the backspin on it that's going to carry out of the ballpark. That was a humpback line drive. He hit one of the center fielder his last time up, which probably knuckling, and the reason that Dexter Fowler mishandled it. He has smoked it twice.
Boy, has he ever. And we mentioned he has really been swinging the bat very well here since coming back. Well, really it started since they came back from the break. Yeah, they really had a good offensive series, and especially a very good night against Max Scherzer in D.C. And then Votto and the rest of the team. I mean, he wasn't alone.
I mean, there really is something to be said for getting your rest. And that means not getting your rest at night, but I mean getting a day off from time to time. I know Joey Votto is one of these guys that wants to play every game of the year. But the bottom line is you have to play strong.
Off balance swing there on a pitch away from him, and Frazier pops it up, and Russell to get it.
I mean, look at the example of Todd Frazier. Went right through the All-Star game, did all the heroics of the Derby, played the game, signed autographs, did interviews for 3 days straight. Did not have a good weekend, first weekend coming back against the Cleveland Indians. Got a day off and then came right out smoking the ball last night. And said so that was a main reason for him just feeling a whole lot better.
Jay Bruce struck out his first time up. Reds have scored single runs in each of the first 2 innings against Hamel. And Votto's picked off 2 away in the inning.
Wow. No reason for that. Just not paying attention. You know, when you lead off, you always want to make sure that you maintain the posture that you can get back to the bag. So if you're standing straight up and your knees are locked and a pitcher can see you out of the corner of his eye and zip a throw over there like that and buy a quick out, smart pitchers are going to do that.
All right, 2 away in the inning, and it's ball 1 to Jay Bruce. Pretty good breaking ball there. One of the better ones tonight from Hamel. Hamel's had a hard time throwing strikes tonight. Now, let me ask you a ridiculous question. That's the second time this has happened tonight. How does that happen?
That's a wild one. I don't know. You know, all he could do to make it better was to squint a little bit. Like he can't see the signs. Then the hitters may not be digging that back foot in there as much. Two delivery. That
was a pitch Bruce would probably like to have back.
It's the old joke, you know, Tom. You get a young pitcher coming out, and he's got a reputation for being a little bit wild. The pitching coach tells him, hey, first 2 pitches, when you're warming up, go ahead and fire them against the screen as hard as you can. Make sure the other team's watching.
Looks like everybody, we're hoping and praying. That went skipping through multiple rows of the stands. Hit just beyond the Reds dugout.
You know, when you're sitting in that part of the ballpark, you got to pay attention, but you never think that a left-handed hitter is going to get out in front of a pitch far enough to foul it almost over the first base dugout. A lot of times hitters aren't even going to look into the stands because they don't want to know the outcome. And they're not trying to be callous about it. It's just, you know, if you injure somebody in the stands and you're standing in the batter's box, you're not thinking about hitting the next pitch. You're thinking about what's happening up there on that last foul ball. And it doesn't
I got to
look
tell
like
you though, Chris, you and I were basically sitting next to each other at the All-Star game. And we were basically in that same section, but on the other side, the third base side. And we paid for our seats, made available, thankfully, by the team. We had both of our kids, 12 and 10. And I got to tell you, I sat there terrified and ended up moving. And Rob Manfred pretty much laid it on the line that this is something that has to be addressed ASAP, because you can sit there and pay attention. I believe you can sit there and pay attention to every pitch, every single batter of the entire game. And when a ball's coming in at 115 miles an hour, whichever way you lean, you better pray it's the right way.
You're right, because they're not coming straight. They're curving,
right,
slicing, cutting.
Baseball has done such a fabulous job with every new ballpark that's been built over the last couple of decades of bringing fans closer and closer and closer and closer to the action, and they're doing it for the fan experience.
Yeah.
When you're that close, you don't have the reaction time that Anthony Rizzo has down there at first base as a 25-year-old major league player.
Well, plus he's got a glove on. You didn't have a glove when you were sitting down there during the All-Star.
It wouldn't have mattered. Like you said, with all the cutting,
yeah,
and by the time it gets down there, we understand there was a gentleman who got hit with that foul ball, but thankfully just a knot. You say just a knot. I mean, he got hit in the head.
Well, he'll go
get up and walk away.
He'll go to one of the first aid centers here, and they've got such a good crew, the medical crew here, who, by the way, are all wearing bow ties on Tuesday night.
Looking good. You didn't have one in the closet tonight that was going to match anything I was wearing. 1 ball, 2 strike pitch. Pulled foul.
I did that actually intentionally because I've never seen you not match. And I'm thinking, hey, tonight's the night.
Oh, no, I go and match a lot of nights, but I mean, green with orange didn't sound all that appealing tonight.
Somewhere there's a high school team that has green and orange colors.
And they're looking good.
Yes.
What is the Reds' record on Tuesdays, bow tie Tuesdays? Do you have that available?
That's a number Joe Luckham will give us.
See, now you've got him shaking his head. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Pena. Bruce at first base with 2 away. And the 1-2 coming from Jason Hamill. And that'll trickle into center field a hit. Boy, now you start to look back at Votto being picked off. I mean, sometimes those plays just happen, but boy, where would the Reds be in this inning now? Hamill's faced 4 batters. He's only retired 1 of them. But he bought it out over there, picking off Votto, who singled to lead off the inning. So now Marlon Byrd with 2 on and 2 out. Byrd an infield hit on a call that was overturned. He was initially ruled out by the first base umpire Jim Reynolds. The Reds asked for a review, and it took all of 42 seconds to come back and overturn it. Infield hit. Two on, 2 out, 1 ball, 1 strike. And by the way, Joe Luckham, our statistician, informs me, Chris, the Reds are 9-4. Wow. On Tuesday so far this year. I mean, for a team that's 8 games under 500, Tuesdays are like hitting the lottery.
Yeah, where would they be without Tuesday?
Yeah. Got to just change it to bow tie today.
Even I would run out.
Oh, no. Because you know who watches our games regularly? Our old buddy Gordon Gee, who you defeated in a bow tie contest right here in this very booth.
Absolutely. I'll be on a technical, but
he was not
further review.
He was not happy about that.
Well, life is full of disappointments.
Dr. Gordon Gee, now the president at West Virginia University. 2-2 delivery. Inning over. First inning, the Reds fail to score. They lead at the end of 3, 2-0.
Cincinnati Reds. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Well, it's time now for you to tweet your strongest fan photo using hashtag #OhioDataStrongFan. You might end up on an upcoming broadcast here on Fox Sports Ohio. It's brought to you by T-Mobile. Well, look at that crowd right there in that shot. I mean, all the way up to the top row of the upper deck.
Well, you said it early on, and this is before the crowd really filled in, but there were people taking their seats early who were all the way up in the upper deck, all the way down each baseline, and it was a pretty good indication that by the time game time rolled around, it would be a really good crowd, another really good crowd. It's a great place to watch a ball game.
Sure is. The job the Reds franchise has done improving every little thing they can. Tweak here, tweak there, big thing, whatever it might be. And of course, there were plenty of them, including that big old replay board out in right center field, thanks to our friends based right out of Cincinnati, Procter & Gamble. There's a fly ball down the left field line. What a way in the inning. You know, it's really great to see Procter & Gamble back involved again in Reds baseball. And look, they don't even be talking up their product. I mean, they're selling products all over the world, morning, noon, and night. But having such a worldwide power company based right here in Cincinnati, and to be very much now intertwined again with Reds baseball is terrific.
And not only with Reds baseball, but with the Reds effort in the community. As far as the Reds Urban Youth Academy, they made a major donation to get all of those fields and that indoor baseball center going. It's a good partnership to have.
And of course, if they wanted to pick up the phone and have you doing commercials for them, you might be open to that.
Yeah, all around the world.
3-0 on Jorge Soler. He walked his first time up. Must be something about Soler coming to the plate. It's really the only batter outside of falling behind Coghlan 3-1, where Iglesias has had a hard time throwing a strike. Maybe that's why. That ball is killed over the head of Bird. Soler can run, but he'll open the chute at second base with a one-out double. Boy, when he hits the ball, that thing just jumps off his bat.
And that is the way you swing the bat on a 3-0 count. I mean, that wasn't all that bad of a pitch. That was the same spot, blowing away on the knees, where Todd Frazier hit one, maybe about 20 feet farther, for a home run yesterday.
All right, Reds a 2-0 lead. We're in the fourth inning, and here's Coghlan, who hit the ball very hard into center field, a base hit on a 3-1 pitch his first time up. That's a good pitch right there at Coghlan, way out in front. Pirates in Kansas City underway. Cardinals and White Sox underway. Giants had a 6-game winning streak come to an end last night in San Diego. Padres all of a sudden playing well. They won 5 straight. That's foul tipped into the mid-Pena. That's all for Coghlan. Strikeout number 4 for Raisel Iglesias.
Coghlan looking for fastballs on that at bat and did not get them. Iglesias gave up that hard hit shot right through the box last time on a 3-1 fastball. That's a changeup. A little modified circle change grip. You sell it like a fastball and it comes in slower and you get a swing like that.
Now Castro, who struck out looking in the second inning, dribbles one foul. And again, off speed, and that Castro way out on that front foot.
This guy's always looking to launch. And the way you tell is you look at his front foot. I mean, he just bails just a little bit. He's looking for something that you hang on the inner part of the plate. He's been looking a lot this year, not getting a lot. He's only had 5 home runs. He's normally a guy you'd pencil in for 25. Maybe not 25, at least 15 anyway. And he probably will get to that number. Early on, though, he had the indication, he gave me anyway, that he was a guy that hit more home runs. And you can see where his stance is. I mean, he's telling you, if you're Brian Pena, do not pitch him inside. The old saying of, don't throw it where I just left.
Castro is going to be one of the more interesting players in baseball to watch over the next couple of years, because he started out so good. He had a big drop in 2013. We showed you the numbers a minute ago. And then he started to wonder, you know, is he going to be the same guy? And look, let's face it. Ever since he came to the big leagues, he has played on terrible teams. Whether or not you want to say that has anything to do with anything, you get arguments from both sides. Last year he responded, got the batting average again up close to 300. But now here he is, 2 years removed from a down year, and it's another down year.
Well, they've got him for a while, unless they decide to deal him in that contract. He will not be a free agent at the earliest until the year 2020. Although that said, he is still only 25 years old, and other than Jason Hamill, the oldest guy on the club, I think, at least on the starting lineup. Chris Coughlin might be a year or two old.
Well, of all the guys that they've pretty much put together that are their quote unquote their own, Castro and Rizzo are both 25. You know, they brought in guys like Coughlin and Fowler and guys like that from other organizations, but of the quote unquote Cubs from day one. Russell came over in a deal. Rizzo actually was traded twice. Story's been told many times about, Boston really wanted him when Theo Epstein was there, and then one of Theo's lieutenants, Hoyer, became a general manager in San Diego. He made a deal for him, and the two get back together again in Chicago, and they go out and make a deal to get him. And see, the Cubs, among their position players, the third youngest team in all of baseball. How about the Astros, the youngest team? Gone swinging Castro, and that'll end the inning. A hit a man left, 5 strikeouts, shutout baseball tonight for Iglesias. by your local Floyd dealer. Floyd go further by Meyer. Find more for a healthier you at Meyer. And by Cincinnati Children's, ranking 3rd in the country on the U.S. News and World Report's best children's hospitals in America. We welcome all of those watching over at Children's tonight. You look at Fountain Square on this beautiful Tuesday night.
Well, Brian Pena and Raisel Iglesias, they talked out together. They talked about what they wanted to pitch right here to Starlin Castro. They decided a good old hard one right there. Iglesias throws that by him. Castro, that is. And that is our flamethrower, brought to you by Cholula Hot Sauce.
So 5 innings in the book for Raisel Iglesias. He's not allowed to run. He's given up 3 base hits. He has walked 1 batter and struck out 5. Only 1 inning tonight have the Cubs had more than 1 base runner aboard, and that came on a walk and a single with 1 out in the 2nd inning. Soler walked, Coghlan singled, but Iglesias struck out Castro and got the pitcher on a bounce out 1-4-3. Only 63 pitches, as importantly for Iglesias. Because like a lot of young pitchers, Chris, we've seen like Lorenzen last night, where pitch efficiency is not part of the equation yet for some of these young guys.
Sometimes that is due to lack of command, and other times it's due to lack of confidence in their stuff. I mean, is my stuff really good enough to get out these number 3 and 4 hitters? So you nibble around them a little bit.
They appealed, and Suarez did not go around. Eugenio singled into left field. His only time up tonight.
Well, they must really feel that Suarez is a good fastball hitter, because Hamels has not thrown all that many breaking pitches tonight, but he's thrown a bundle of them right here to Suarez. And he throws a fastball by him. That's 3 in a row now for Jason Hamel. No, it's not. 2 in a row.
Well, you can download MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live Reds baseball. Get MLB.com at bat on your smartphone or tablet tonight. Three strikeouts total in the game now for Hamel, and he goes to work on Schumacher, who knocked in a run with a ground out to the shortstop back in the 2nd inning. The Reds have really not hit the ball hard tonight. Votto's hit the ball harder than anybody. Once it was ruled an error on the center fielder, and that's a tough error on fouling. And then Votto smoked one, a low line drive off the right field wall that came right back to Soler, who held him to a single. But when the Reds scored their runs, ground ball by Phillips to get on to start the 1st inning after the error, scored on a sac fly. Infield hit by Bird, little bouncer through the hole in the left behind him from Suarez, and a wild pitch and a ground out later. You're up 2-0. And ball hit sharply by Schumacher, but right at Soler. 2 away, and a pitcher coming up.
Did you ever wonder what the name Raisel means?
Tell me.
I'm the first baseball player that I've ever run into with the name Raisel.
Yeah.
And it is actually not a Spanish name, but it's a Yiddish name, and it means rose. Not very popular in really any other country that doesn't have people that speak Yiddish. But Raisel is from Cuba. So there you go. I kind of like the. It has a nice ring to it. I mean, and it flows well with his last name.
Yes, it does. Gone swinging is Raisel Iglesias. We go to the 5th inning. Reds 2, Cubs nothing. Advantage of exclusive ticket offers. Enjoy face painting, live mascot races, games, and more. And don't forget, kids 14 and younger will receive a Billy Hamilton poster thanks to Biz and Oxidol. 381 REDS. That's Sunday, August 2nd. That'll be a homestand where you get back into the National League Central. Duking it out with those guys a little bit. Pirates coming to town. That'll be a 3-game series. On the heels will be the St. Louis Cardinals. All right, Hamill to lead it off. Iglesias going to work, leading 2-0. Fowler to follow, and then Schwarber. Now we're going to check in with Jim Day about we're going to check in with Jim Day when Schwarber comes up. Well, we mentioned that his father came up to the booth yesterday. What a really nice man. Just couldn't be a nicer guy. And Kyle's dad, he is one of 13 children. So, you know, you and I were thinking, well, we get 20, 30 people here. Now, for more on that, we'll check in with Jim when Schwarber comes to the plate in this inning. Gone swinging is Hamill. That's 3 in a row for Iglesias and 6 on the night. Boy, is he good tonight.
Just the young man has a really good feel of pitching. Now he's being handled very well by Brian Pena. I mean, they are really on the same page. But I mean, Pena's putting it down, and Iglesias is sticking it right there. That'll get you on the same page.
Two and 0. Addison Russell hit the ball very hard all the way to the wall before being caught by Marlon Byrd in center field his first time up. 2-0 pitch, pops it up, foul ground. This might be playable. And no, 2 rows out of play.
Other players run into the tarp.
Yeah.
Brandon scampers to the top of the tarp.
He's like a gymnast. He just glides and just all of a sudden leaps up. Look at his foot right on the tarp, almost like the ballet.
The Baryshnikov of the infield.
Yes. Used to have that old hotel over by UC. That's where Baryshnikov, every time he would come into town, that's where he would stay, and they named the suite after Mikhail Baryshnikov. The old Vernon Manor. That was a cool place, man. Really cool. 3-2 pitch. Second walk of the night given up by Iglesias.
Well, that's the reason why, if you're wondering why Joe Madden has Addison Russell batting number 9, is because he's going to have a better on-base percentage than the pitcher batting 9. So now you've got Russell on the base paths more often than you would the pitcher. He runs the bases better, and now you've got better hitters coming up next. 1, 2, and 3 hitters in the lineup are oftentimes your best guys.
Good pitch here. First pitch fastball to Fowler, who's grounded to second and struck out. It's only a 2-0 ball game, and we're in the top of the 5th inning.
See, I'm wondering, I don't know whether Joe Luckham can do this study or one of our sabermetric viewers out there, but if it's good to have the pitcher in the 8th spot, would it be better to have him in the 7th spot? I mean, at what point does it become, a negative? I certainly don't want to have to figure out that formula. And neither do you.
No. That we know. Two and 1 the count on Fowler, and now all of a sudden here losing a little focus perhaps is Iglesias.
Not really missing by much. That was a big pitch right there, a 2-1 changeup, and Fowler didn't even flinch, so I guess it never really did look like a strike. Gonna go fastball down and away.
Into right field, Russell slam on the brakes.
Caught the middle of the plate with that.
And now you get the big hitters coming up.
And he wanted to go down and away, and he pretty much splits the plate with that one about thigh high. That usually doesn't get too many guys out. This is the same inning, the 5th inning, where the Marlins jumped all over Iglesias. Now the Reds had some bad defense behind him in that inning, in his last start down in Miami before the All-Star break.
Right, here's Schwarber. He struck out his first time up. Singled into right field, hitting the ball very sharply by Votto his last time up.
I don't think Schwarber liked that call. But as a rookie with only days under your belt in the major leagues, he wasn't going to say anything.
Straight away center field, and it'll take a bounce over the wall, making it a 2-1 ball game. Reds catch a break, or it would be tied right now.
That kid has very deceptive power, because the short little swing, the ball looked like it got in on him a little bit. What you can't do is get in on him. And I think it completely fooled Marlon Byrd. Not that he's going to catch this ball anyway. But I mean, that is shot. It just seems that when a pitcher gets into problems, you can't trick them. You can't trick your way out of it unless you really have a blazing, overpowering fastball. You can't power your way out of it. So you have to go to spots. You really have to command your spot. And Like the guys that are going in the Hall of Fame this year will tell you the same thing. Man, Randy Johnson would even tell you that, even though he would overpower guys, but he'd throw that slider down and into right-handers. If he hung it out over the center of the plate, they would hit it. But he never hardly ever did. You've got to get that ball down and away and give a hitter a chance to make an out.
And the other part about it that you know, guys like Iglesias and Lorenzen and right on down the line, DeSclafani, they're going to have moments that make you scratch your head. And certainly the one in this inning is you're cruising along and you walk the number 9 hitter. I mean, I don't care who the number 9 here is. It's a pitcher or Addison Russell. It's 1 out, nobody on, and he's batting 9th for a reason. And when you walk him, you're now turning it over to face the best hitters in their lineup. And since then, it's been single on a 3-1 count, RBI double. And now you're facing Bryant. You get ahead 1-2. Bryant has popped up twice in the game so far tonight. Two-one ball game, tying run at third, 1 out in the inning. Got him swinging. Strikeout number 7 for Raisel Iglesias. 1 more out to go with a 1-run lead.
Well, a breaking ball right there that he gets up in the zone and Bryant just swings right through. Bryant's kind of jammed himself a couple of times on pitches in. And I think the design of that pitch was down and away, but sometimes you get away with one and Iglesias will take it.
All right, here's Rizzo, who twice has flied out to the left fielder Schumacher. Strike 1.
Well, that's a nasty pitch. That's a changeup. And very effective pitch against a lefty hitter. Watch this ball dive.
Now Rizzo ahead at no balls, or behind at no balls and 2 strikes. Iglesias jumping in front. Runners at second and third. Straight away center field. Bird will get there and the inning is over. So they get a run, but Iglesias was second and third and 1 out, able to retire Bryant and Rizzo with no further damage. It's a 1-run ball game.
Pirates, first 25,000 fans will receive a Devin Mesoraco bobblehead. It's presented by St. Elizabeth Healthcare. Tickets, call 513-381-REDS, Kroger locations, or reds.com/tickets. Tom, you were talking about Kyle Schwarber and how the family and friends love to follow this guy around. Well, he found out very quickly how expensive it can be at this level. In fact, he found out at the Futures game when half the town of Middletown wanted to come, and he was taking care of family and friends. Said he had to use his meal money for the week to pay for the tickets and then some. Now, we're talking about a guy that was the 4th overall pick in the draft, so he got a big signing bonus. He's got money in the bank, but he realizes at this point that they're going to play at least 9 games a season here in Cincinnati. It's not a far drive from Middletown to Chicago, that he had to nip it in the bud very, very quickly. Right now, just taking care of immediate family and very close friends. Everyone else on their own.
You know, you talk to players who either come into a town like Schwarber as a visiting player, or especially the guys who play in their hometown, i.e. Barry Larkin, Pete Rose, on and on and on and on. And they'll tell you one of the most difficult things in the world to do is to learn how to say no.
Well, I think that is especially true, Tom. Boy, that came right in there. They actually had the audacity to ask if he swung at that pitch. I mean, he's trying to get out of the way, isn't he? But that whole ticket, the player's ticket process has changed completely.
Yes, it has.
In the last 20 years. And I'm not exactly sure when it did, but it used to be. I mean, years and years ago, back in the 80s, and I'm not, maybe into the 90s at some point, that players were allotted a certain number of tickets every night. They would get, say, 4 tickets for your family and 2 friends tickets, and that would be given to you by the ball club. Every team had that. They did it in some other sports and so on. And then somewhere along the way, those tickets became viewed by the IRS as something that there should be taxes paid on. And so now it costs players to leave tickets.
And you know, at the end of the day, when the government gets involved with it, the bottom line is they end up hurting the guy in the front office that is making $35,000 a year and wants to leave his wife and 2 kids a couple of tickets to a game, and he's getting taxed on it now because they were initially going after the big guy. Well, for the big guy, he doesn't even know it's gone. I mean, Joey Votto leaves 4 tickets for somebody. He pays the taxes on it. He doesn't even bat an eye.
Right.
But for the employees of the team, the government looks at that as compensation, and they're reaching in your pocket. That's where it all changed. High fly ball into left field. And for the first time tonight, Votto will be retired. He could easily have 2 hits in this game. You know, Chris, I mean, getting back to being able to say no. I mean, who do you say no? Especially when you're coming from a family the size of Schwarber.
Yeah.
I mean, you pick this uncle, and he was a pretty cool guy, and then maybe the aunt wasn't so great, or maybe like her husband, or I don't know.
What's their Christmas like?
Oh man, you have to take a loan out just to buy a few gifts.
I mean, how many turkeys do they roast up on Thanksgiving? Wow. I mean, Schwarber could eat 2 by himself.
Yeah, that's for sure. Something you brought up earlier in the game. This is very similar to the last time the Reds saw Hammer. They scored 3 off of him early, and he just shut it down the rest of the way. And he appears to be getting much stronger as this game goes on. He has thrown fastballs right by Frazier in consecutive pitches, and is trying to put together a 1-2-3 inning for the 2nd straight inning.
He's a really interesting guy to watch pitch because he's successful by pitching up in the zone, and he was flying over a little bit, missing high and away to lefties early on, but now he's still throwing it up there, but he's getting his breaking ball down right. I mean, he's a bona fide fly ball pitcher. He only gives up 39% ground balls, so he's a guy that lives in the air just about all the time.
Reds with a 1-run lead here in the last of the 5th inning. 2-1. And there's ball 4 to Frazier, which keeps it alive for Jay Bruce. That's 2 walks in the game now by Hamill. Start your weekends off with a bang. We do it every Friday, the big fireworks show here at the ballpark. And July the 31st, cheer on your Red Legs. They'll take on the Pirates. That's coming back off this next road trip. And the fireworks show that night presented by PNC Bank. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS. Visit select Kroger locations or reds.com/tickets. Bruce has struck out and walked.
The home and road look at Jay Bruce is very interesting. I mean, he really loves hitting in this ballpark. Batting average better, home runs dwarf what he does on the road. And last night the Reds hit 3 home runs, and each one of those 3 home runs was hit with 2 out. You know, we've watched Jay Bruce in great times and bad times, and when he's hitting hot, when he's struggling. The difference for me is how quick his hip action is when he gets ready and set to hit. If he gets too quick, he takes a wild lunging swing. When he keeps that under control, he puts a nice smooth swing on it. I mean, it's all a timing there where you get that right foot up in the air a little bit. You get your foot down in just the right time to be able to get that swing started.
Two-one delivery on Bruce. Look out again. That's the second one tonight that Bruce has ripped into the stands on the first base side. Frazier takes off and easily steals second base. He pitched a good pitch to run on. That was off speed in the dirt. And Frazier number 9 on the year.
Seems it's been a while for Frazier right there. A little sneaking off the base as he's done so many times. Takes a small lead so the pitchers don't even feel the need to throw over.
I won't see if Bruce can deliver a 2 out base hits and put the Reds back in front by a pair after the Cubs just scored to shave it in half in the top of this 5th inning. Ball 4.
Well,
I tell you, baseball's a funny game.
It sure is.
Major league pitcher. I mean, Hamill. He strikes out Bird and the 3rd, leaving 2. He retires his side in order with 2 strikeouts in the 4th. He just plows right through Phillips and Votto to begin this inning, and then all of a sudden walk. Chris Bosio will come out for a visit. I want to ask you about something tomorrow, not necessarily tonight. We don't know what game Schwarber is going to catch tomorrow. We know he's starting in one of the 2. They have Miguel Montero out on the disabled list. But the question I have for you give you a little time to think about this if you need it. We've seen the way this kid can swing the bat. This guy can really swing the bat. You put him in a lineup every day, he is going to do major damage. I think we all agree in what little we've seen. But if you're a team that is trying to get in the playoffs, advance in the playoffs, would you go with a rookie catcher who might be a little bit short on defense but far more upside on offense than, say, a Miguel Montero, veteran that's been around for a while? They brought him in to be their regular catcher this year. Or a David Ross.
Well, you know the old saying, with every line drive, he becomes a better catcher.
One and 0-1 Pena.
You know, for a team that struggles for runs, and they do, this ball club does, and you got a guy who's swinging the bat like Schwarber, I think you leave him in there until the pitchers don't want to pitch to him. I don't think they will. I mean, the kid's learning. If I'm a pitcher, I'm thinking, hey, if this guy knocks in more than he lets up, I'm all for it. I'll call my own game if I'm Jason Hamill. I'm not letting Schwarber call my game for me.
But you talk all the time about guys wanting to feel like they're in a rhythm and not having to shake off and shake off.
It does affect you. But when you lose your #1 guy anyway, you don't have that case anyhow. You know, the Cubs have been through catchers the last few years, and they've churned them out of there.
Sure.
A few years ago, it seemed like it was Giovanni Soto who was going to be the catcher for the Cubs forever and ever. Then a couple of years ago, it was Wellington Castillo who came in, thought that he was going to be the guy. He was the odd man out when they brought in David Ross.
Consecutive walks in this inning with 2 outs. Now it's 2-1 on Pena. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
The one thing that Pena does not do is fret when he has 2 strikes. I mean, the National League average when you've got 2 strikes on you is 174. Pena way above that. In fact, the hit that he had earlier tonight came with 2 strikes.
High fly ball, right center field. Fowler going over, inning over. Reds strand 2. We go to the 6th. Reds with a 2-1 lead. First 2 innings. They got a sac fly in the first by Frazier. In the second, this was initially ruled an out to lead off the inning. Overturned. Wound up being safe. Infield hit. Suarez followed with a single. And a ground out would eventually plate the run after a wild pitch advance, a runner on to third base. And boy, was it a wild pitch. A ground out by Schumacher, scoring Bird for a 2-0 lead. Kyle Schwarber, the Middletown Mitty. A double to straightaway center field, driving in Russell, who had walked with one out in the fifth. But what a job by Iglesias. Cubs had runners at second and third, and the Reds caught a big break with that ball bouncing over the wall. That double would have tied the game if it doesn't bounce out of the ballpark.
That happened last night a couple of times.
Iglesias wound up striking out Chris Bryant with a runner at third and one out, and retired Rizzo on a line drive to center field. Here we are in the sixth. 90 pitches in the game for Raisel Iglesias. Oh, the Reds love to get him through this inning. They've only had one starter since the All-Star break pitch 6 innings in a game.
Well, he's ready to go, and he's waiting for Soler to get back in the batter's box. I mean, chomping at the bit is Iglesias. Slider away.
And got him swinging. That is 8 strikeouts now for Raisel Iglesias.
Got ahead of him with a breaking ball and puts him away with the same pitch. Kind of a low 3/4 arm slot. You know, and it really doesn't matter. You can throw from down there and still get depth on your pitches as long as your fingers stay on top of the baseball. What you don't want to do is get on the side of the ball and just have those breaking pitches go side to side and stay on the same plane.
The 8 strikeouts tie a career high for Iglesias. He had 8 in 5 2/3 innings against the Nationals in his final start before he went on the disabled list.
You know, when you're the Reds and you scouted Raisel Iglesias, this is a whole different scouting deal than when you went out and decided to sign Aroldis Chapman. I mean, Chapman just wowed you. And as long as you thought that his arm was healthy and that he could repeat his delivery, you know, when you're throwing 100 miles an hour for the scouts, that's pretty much, I can't say a no-brainer, but because you still had to put the money up. But it was a lot easier deal. When you're scouting Iglesias, it's a different thing.
Ball hit hard by Coghlan on a 3-0 pitch. And that is what?
The umpires are going to call in play. The third base coach feels that that ball is a home run, and they're going to ask for a review.
Well, that's a 3-0 pitch. And Coghlan let her rip. Question is, did it go in the stands or did a fan lean over the top of the wall? Yeah, fan leaned over. Now, I don't know. Well, that is so hard to tell.
Well, the thing about it is, here at Great American Ballpark, fans can lean over, as you see.
But if the fan leaned over and made any kind of contact with that ball, and it almost looked like the fan whiffed on the ball and it went between his hands and it may have got a piece of his chest over by that yellow line, shouldn't that be a double?
It should be.
And that may be the very question that Brian Price is asking here. See, now watch the fan. He'll lean over, he'll miss the ball, and almost like trap it against his top of his chest under there before it then trickles back out.
Yeah, you would think if the fan did not hit it, that ball would really bounce out hard. That should be a double, right? I mean, the fan was reaching into the field of play.
Well, Brian Price has already asked for a review on one play tonight. That was a Marlon Byrd infield single to begin the second inning, and he won as that call was overturned. And he is going to ask them to take a look at it. And really, that's what it should have been done here from the very beginning, instead of everybody standing around and talking about it. This is the kind of play, this is exactly the kind of play that replay is designed to try and rectify.
Well, it was the first part of replay. It has gone beyond that, but it was the first reason why. And the reason is because this happens 380 feet away. Now, maybe it's only 280 feet away for the umpires to see, but still, you don't have the view as an umpire on the run that we do as a slow-mo replay. Oh, there's no question that he touched that ball. If he had better hands, he would have been able to catch it, and it would have been obvious. Now, the way it works is that the crew chief gets on the horn here, and they're talking to an umpire back in New York, and he may say, hey, this is so-and-so. Because they want to know who they're talking to. They're talking to one of the other umpires, and they're reviewing it from a lot of different angles, up to, I think, 12 different cameras that they have. It's never an advantage for the pitcher on the mound to stand around and wait this long. For a while there, Iglesias was throwing, continuing his warm-ups, and now he stopped completely.
So this play is under review. And the call on the field has Coughlin still standing at third base. So the umpire ruled the ball was in play. It was not a home run. Coughlin kept running, went to third. And I think Brian Price is asking for a review. Did a fan touch it? So we are being told this is a crew chief review.
And the technical difference there is that if it goes against the Reds will not lose the ability to ask for another review. They must be seeing a different angle or a different look than we are seeing, Tom, in our replays, because from where I see it, the fan no doubt touched it. But maybe they show an angle that we're not privy to that shows that maybe it went underneath the arms of the fan.
Well, it's taking a long time.
That's the reason why I'm thinking that. Now here we go.
Home run is the call. So I think what they're saying is by the area where the fan made contact with the ball, it was gone over the left field wall. Well, once a decision has been made, Brian Price just wants to hear from the umpire what he was told. Brian Price has been thrown out of a game for doing what he's doing right now, and that is once a verdict has been rendered, you cannot sit there and talk to the umpire anymore about it. He's getting a lot of rope from the home plate umpire Fielding Colbert right now.
Yeah, he is, and I think Colbert, because it took so long, he was going to give him at least an explanation, but at some point the patience runs out.
And maybe this one a little more rope because of Chris, what you pointed out. The umpire walked over there and then heard what he heard from those reviewing it in New York.
This is what they ruled a home run. Now, this is the best look that we have. Well, if it hit that bar, that gray bar that is above the yellow pad, it's a home run. And these are the best looks that we have.
All right, it's a home run, and we're tied at 2. Well, it's just one of those at-bats that you know, and not because of the end result, but because of everything that took place before you got there. Iglesias strikes out Soler to begin the inning, and now you're getting to the bottom part of the batting order, and you fall behind 3-0. Coghlan turned loose and he whacked it. Castro with a count of 1-2. So the Reds get single runs in the first and second. The Cubs single runs in the fifth and 1 so far in the sixth. 100th pitch of the night coming for Raisel Iglesias.
Well, the Cubs have done a lot of damage on 3-0 counts. Soler hit a double on a 3-0 count, and Coghlan, as you mentioned, a 3-0 count.
Two away in the inning. Suarez throws out his counterplay. And the way Hamill's going right now, they're going to stick with him. He'll bat here in the sixth. Reds have not had a hit since a single by Pena in the third, and the Reds have left 6 runners on base in 4 of their 5 innings tonight. The only inning where they did not have a base runner so far was a 1-2-3-4. Strike 1 to Hamill. Iglesias due up 4th in the home half of the 6th inning. One and two. Iglesias was on his way to the dugout thinking that was strike 3. Raisel trying to put him away here after the game tying home run by Coghlan. And he's run the count full on the pitcher. Another one of those 2-out walks by a Reds pitcher. We invite you to follow each and every Reds game here on Fox Sports Ohio. Then stick around afterwards for Reds Live, brought to you by Performance Kings Honda. We'll break it all down following the ball game. Iglesias was ahead 1 ball and 2 strikes on the pitcher Hamill and walked him. And now Travis Wood will come sprinting in from the right field bullpen, and he will run for Hamill. Wood was already warming up in the bullpen, so he just may stay in the game. Although somebody's going to have to bring him his glove.
Still, that's kind of odd, don't you think? I mean, Wood's a better hitter than Hamill anyway. I guess it doesn't matter now.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I missed that part. My producer Brian Hunterman telling me that Wood actually came in and gave his glove to Hamill, who then toted that baby right into the dugout for him.
Yeah, but if you thought that, I may be wrong, but Travis Wood can swing the bat. I mean, really swing the bat. But maybe they thought that Hamill in this tight of a ball game had a better chance of getting on than. Well,
Well, you mentioned Hamill does have 8 hits on the year.
Well, they've got legitimate pinch hitters in there, though. Maybe they don't want to use them here this early in the ball game. Only the 6th.
Two balls and 2 strikes. This is a very important pitch coming up here for Iglesias. He has really pitched an excellent game here tonight. But this is where he desperately needs to close out this inning, right here and right now, with a runner at first against the number 9 hitter. 2-2 pitch. It's 2 batters in a row that he thought he had him struck out on 2-2. He thought he had Hamill on 2-2 on a fastball. And that one was a breaking ball he thought he had Russell struck out on. So now Wood will get started at first. And Iglesias needs to make a pitch. 3-2. Walked him again. And he will not be allowed to finish the inning. So with 2 on, Iglesias will lead. He's allowed 2 runs, but he walks his last 2 batters. Kid's got a chance to be a very good pitcher. And here comes Jumbo Diaz, our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen, back in a moment. On back-to-back walks to the pitcher and the number 9 hole hitter. So Dexter Fowler coming up. Jumbo Diaz making his 3rd appearance since he was promoted from Louisville following the All-Star break. His 2nd stint with the Reds this year, and the Reds still believe in Jumbo.
I think Jumbo believes in Jumbo. Fowler's a switch hitter. He's a far better right-handed hitter than he is a left-handed hitter, so the Reds are not missing the lefty in the bullpen right here.
We were talking about Iglesias trying to finish off the inning. Well, it is up to Jumbo now, because I don't think anybody wants to see that young man on deck.
There's no doubt about it, especially when you don't have a left-handed reliever in the bullpen. Now, when I say Fowler's better hitting left-handed this year from a batting average standpoint, but he's got a lot of power left-handed.
2-0 on Dexter Fowler. 2 on, 2 out. Pretty nifty play by Suarez, and he plays to first to end the inning. Boy, this is an aggressive Cub team, swinging a bat. 2-2 game, middle of the 6th.
Tomorrow we'll bring you game 2 of a day-night doubleheader against these Cubs here at GABP. Myself and Jeff Pecora will hit the air with the Reds live at a special time of 5:30, followed by the first pitch at 6 or a little after 6 here on Fox Sports Ohio. Mike Leake will go in a 12:35 business day special. That's your regularly scheduled game. And again, that special start time 6:10 first pitch for game 2. And Tony Cingrani will return to the Reds rotation tomorrow night. They have been stretching him out at AAA Louisville. He will pitch the nightcap tomorrow, and it will be interesting, guys, to see after that, with the Reds now in need of a lefty in the bullpen with Manny Parr on the shelf. Will Cingrani remain in the rotation, or could he be that left-hander they need down there in the bullpen going forward?
It will be interesting indeed. I'm excited to see Cingrani again as a starter. I mean, what that young man did in 2013. He was as good a rookie pitcher as we saw in the league.
Well, I mean, he was setting records that had been around forever and ever. I mean, as far as the number of consecutive games that he pitched where he had not given up more than 5 hits. Now, he was just throwing zeros up there and throwing nothing but fastballs.
Ground ball to the glove side for Castro. And he throws out Marlon Boo.
Well, he's had shoulder problems, and when he went on the disabled list since June the 15th, he went down to Louisville after he rehabbed his shoulder, had all starts down there. You got to remember that all 24 appearances that Cingrani had this year have all come out of the bullpen. But when they sent him down there, they just tried to stretch him out a little bit through 93 pitches his last outing. So the pitch number should not be a big deal tomorrow.
But therein lies the rub on Cingrani. The problem is the same thing holds true for the rest of the rookie pitchers. So to say that Cingrani is not pitch efficient and you move him from the rotation to the bullpen, but you're watching other young pitchers come up from the minor leagues and get a chance, and now they're going through the exact same thing Cingrani did 2 years ago and parts of last year.
Well, you know, when you're a rookie, your mind is on the performance, and it's on the scoreboard because you want another start. And if it takes you 100 pitches to throw 5 innings, and if you only give up 1 run, well, that's better than being pitch efficient and giving up 4 runs, right? And I think that's one thing that we've alluded to, Todd, that you just have to live with when you've got young starters out there. And Cingrani is still a very young starter.
Yes, he is. I'm looking forward to seeing him swing and a miss by Suarez. Jim, you wanted to add further to that?
Yeah, Brian Price was talking about Cingrani before the game today, and he's had that deceptive fastball, but the rub against him has been those secondary pitches, and they've been wanting him to improve on the curveball. And Brian says he's very excited to see him tomorrow night because the reports he got from Ted Power and everyone at AAA is that he has improved that breaking ball, and he's excited to see how it's come along tomorrow night.
Well, it should be fun to see Tony back. I know he's excited to be back in the starting rotation. However long that lasts, we'll wait and see. 3-2 pitch on Suarez. To a fastball up at 93, right by him, 2 away.
You know, Travis Wood is a guy kind of in a similar situation to Tony Cingrani. He wanted to be a starter. The Cubs put him in the bullpen. Joe Madden told him, hey, you know, you're more valuable to this ball club in the bullpen, and you will have a longer career in the major leagues as a guy out of the bullpen than you will as a starter. He came in last night, pitched very well when he needed him. He came in as the third pitcher, Wood did. 2/3 of an inning with a strikeout. Very good athlete, can pitch just about every day.
Bryant, the pirouette, the throw, and it's a 1-2-3-6 for Travis Wood. We're tied at 2 at the end of 6.
The franchise 4. Then Tom Brenneman goes one-on-one with the Aroldis Chapman about his life and what was it like in Cuba. Plus, after making bats for most of the greatest hitters over the past 4 decades, the legendary Batman is calling it quits. Special time tomorrow, 5 o'clock for Reds Weekly before Reds Live right here in Fox Sports Ohio. So looking forward to that. Tom Brenneman talking about his man Aroldis Chapman. The two have become close over the years, and I know, Tom, he looks up to you very much.
You got that right. Big fella. I like those guys that throw 100. I like them a lot.
It's a short list.
You're right about that. I'll take those guys. I mean, forget about 105. It's a big inning here. 2-2 game. You've got 2, 3, and 4 in the Chicago batting order. Schwarber, Bryant, Rizzo against Jumbo Diaz, who came on to get the final out in the 6th. That's 98 on the radar gun by Jumbo. Schwarber's had a good night. He struck out his first time up. Sends in a ringing single to right and a double to knock in a run to straightaway center field. It would have been a 2-run double had it not bounced over the wall. They got a piece of his back. He tried to check his swing and it made contact. 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Oh boy, didn't miss by much. We told you last night the Cubs are used to playing in exactly this kind of a game seemingly every night. Over there, half their games have been decided by 2 runs or less. For the Reds, 38 of their 90 have been decided by 2 runs or less. Once more the 2-2 coming to Schwarber from Jumbo Diaz. Got him swinging at 98 miles per hour.
Jumbo just kind of rearing back and playing 4-seam fastball right there. That's a great spot in the zone. Gets the Schwarber to swing underneath it.
Now Bryant. And a first pitch breaking ball. He wasn't looking for that. That was a dandy. Strike 1.
I think that was a splitter. I know that Jumbo throws one. He also throws a slider. The ball looked like it went back out towards Bryant. Another one.
Well, there is no question when Diaz is throwing strikes, he can be very, very impressive. Here's the 0-2 coming to Bryant.
You just watch his delivery. You got to keep in mind he's 300 pounds. So you rear back and watch him get on his back leg and really push off. I mean, he gets his weight back there and he gets settled in before he decides to go to the plate.
Diaz got ahead on a couple of breaking balls. 0-2. Back-to-back fastballs have missed. And here's a 2-2. Down the left field line. Sounded like he broke his back. And that ball will bounce up and over the wall for a ground rule double.
Two hits in the series for Chris Bryant so far, both of them doubles. He won to center field last night that bounced over the wall and got a book rule double. Same here.
Well, you saw particles of that bat come flying off after contact was made.
It's a long way to hit a ball with a broken bat.
Now Anthony Rizzo. Fastball right down the can at 98, strike one. Pedro Strop, a right-hander, begins to throw in the Chicago bullpen. A one-out double by Bryant in a 2-2 game here in the seventh. .99 on that fastball from Diaz. Well, the same start to this at bat that Diaz had in the at bat to Bryant. Got ahead 0-2, and now it's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch was the pitch Bryant doubled a moment ago. Two once more. Diaz to Rizzo. Go ahead, run at second base. Pull to the right side. Votto will feed the big man at the bag for the second out of the inning. Go ahead, run 90 feet away. Well, as promised earlier in the game, we have selected the Data Strong fan photo of the game. And you can still tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag Ohio Data Strong Fan. And perhaps we'll show you. Jeffrey, thank you. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Jeffrey, no doubt a big Reds fan. Crowd of nearly 37,000 here tonight on this Tuesday night in Cincinnati. Runner at third, two away, for Soler. This one will stay in the yard. Oohs and ahs, but not even to the warning track. And now 1 foot on it to end the inning. So Jumbo, a scoreless 7th. We're tied at 2. Be part of Super Saturdays this season at Great American Ballpark. Our next one Saturday, August the 1st. The Reds and the Pirates. First 25,000 fans receive a Devin Mesoraco bobblehead presented by St. Elizabeth Healthcare. We'll look forward to seeing you on the Reds' next homestand. Trying to bunt his way on the pinch hitter Jason Bourgeois, and he's taken care of by Rizzo. So Travis Wood has come into the game, and he has retired the first 4 batters that he has faced. Neither starter will figure in the decision tonight. Iglesias 5 2/3, 6 hits, matched his career high with 8 strikeouts. He walked 4, including the last 2 batters before being taken out of the game. But he only gave up 2 runs. Hamill goes 5. Allows just 5 hits, 2 runs. Reds scored single runs in each of the first 2 innings. The Reds have not had a hit since a Brian Pena single in the 3rd inning. All right, Brandon Phillips. With a count of 2 balls and no strikes, Phillips singled, leading off the game into center field, and scored the first run of the night. Since then, he's bounced to the mound and fly to center. And that's a base hit into right field, number 2 tonight for Brandon. Go ahead, run aboard here in the Reds' 7th. You know, Brian Price had made the comment before the game last night, and it's the kind of thing he doesn't want to get out in the media. As you get a look at Phillips shooting one into right. He did not think Aroldis Chapman was going to be available last night. But when the Reds called down to the bullpen, Aroldis Chapman told the bullpen coach, Mac Jenkins, he said, let them know I'm coming in the ninth. And so Chapman took the ball and came in and, of course, wound up saving the game, retiring the side in order with a couple of strikeouts. So, you know, when Brian tells you today, I would certainly think that Chapman is, you know, it's up to him. Because if the big fella wants the ball, you're not going to tell him no.
Absolutely right. I know it surprised the Cubs. They were not expecting that at all. And of course, to have a left-handed closer at your availability against the Cubs is very important because of all their left-handed hitters.
One to Joey Votto. Votto has hit the ball very hard. 2 of his 3 at-bats tonight. The first one was ruled an error on the center fielder Fowler. That could have gone either way. The next one he hammered off the right field wall. Although a big play in this game is Votto getting picked off in that 3rd inning. That was the inning he started off with a single. They retired the next batter, but the next 2 hitters walked and singled. Votto was picked off during the at-bat to Bruce, who eventually drew a walk. One ball, 2 strikes to Joey Votto. Phillips a very short lead. And knowing the kind of makeup that Votto has and the way he is just the ultimate grinder, you can take it to the bank that he would love to give the Reds a lead, because there's a part of him that's still thinking about getting picked off earlier in this game. I mean, that's the kind of mentality Votto brings to the ballpark every night.
Well, Votto has not done a lot of damage against Travis Wood in the 16 times he has faced Wood. He has struck out 7, walked 3 times, and managed 3 hits. That's a 188 average.
One-two pitch. Lined into center field ahead. Phillips will go to 3rd. And Votto picks up a base hit. And the Reds have a go-ahead run at 3rd base with 1 out here in the 7th inning.
Well, I used a great word, Tom, when you describe his at-bat as grinding it out. Because against the odds, he had not done well against Wood. He hangs right in there and almost wills Wood to put a pitcher out there where he can handle it.
Well, that first replay we showed you of Votto, you know, you tell kids all the time about keeping your head on the ball and don't worry where it goes. Watch his eyes. He doesn't even pick up where the ball is. He's staying on it so long. Still on it. And now finds the ball. Boy, that is textbook. All right, so the Cubs going to make a pitching change. Out goes Wood. In comes a hard-throwing Pedro Strop. Reds have a chance to take the lead here in the 7th. We're tied at 2. As Pedro Strop comes on from the bullpen. See opponents hitting just $158 against Strop. There's some nights this guy looks as unhittable as anybody in Major League Baseball. But apparently his confidence has been waning a little bit here of late. They're trying to get him right. Frazier 0 for 6 in his career against Strop. And taking off for second and picking up a stolen base. That's an important stolen base here for Votto.
It's a really important stolen base right there, as heads up as you can get. So he makes one real good running play on the base paths and got picked off earlier in the ball game. Base hit right here, plates a couple, you hope.
All right, infield in. It's a nice block there by Schwarber on that pitch in the dirt. 2 balls and a strike.
Well, Strop is really a 2-pitch pitcher. I mean, he'll throw 2 different types of fastballs, but he'll throw nearly 50% sliders, and there's one of them right there. And pressure really in this inning with that slider down is on the catcher Schwarber.
Two and two on Frazier. And it's fouled away. Now, early in the year, these were situations, and Frazier was really upset with himself about the number of times he failed to get a runner in from third with fewer than 2 men out, and those numbers bear out. The league average is 50%. And here you have one of the league's best players that is far below that. Just 10 of 27. He has Phillips at third. And Votto at second with 1 out in a 2-2 game. Frazier delivers this time. 2-run single. And the Reds lead 4-2. How about Frazier?
He saw so many of these sliders, one after another, and that's about as good a spot as you can lay one out there. And somehow Frazier gets out there with one hand and spoons it into left field. And you'll take one of those all day long. After the stolen base, Votto, that is a big run, and the Reds are up by 2.
Frazier now at even. I beg your pardon, he's knocked in 3 runs tonight. 61 runs batted in for Todd Frazier. And here we are on just July the 21st. Charge both the runs to Travis Wood. Jay Bruce with 1 out and Frazier at first. Thought Frazier was going to take off there momentarily. Took one of those walking stutter step leads. Frazier tonight a hit in 2 at-bats. He's walked, knocked in 3, and stole a base. One ball, 2 strikes.
You know, the Cubs are one of those teams, for all the advanced metrics that they talk about using to judge players and so on, they don't very much shift. They're one of the few teams that does not shift on Jay Bruce. I mean, they shade him that way, but this is nowhere near a full-fledged shift. Especially with a man on first base, and you've got that whole area between first baseman and the second baseman open. And with Stroke throwing a lot of those breaking balls down and in, that's naturally a spot that a left-handed hitter like Bruce would roll over on and roll it into right field. Shot in the dark there, throwing over and see if they may just happen to catch Frazier walking off the bag at the same time you throw to first.
2-2 on Jay Bruce. Oops. Well, they did. They got him. You just made the call on that. Second red picked off first base tonight.
Reds aren't the only ones studying tapes.
Lined into left, inning over, but the Reds break the tie. Coming up with a pair. We go to the 8th. Reds 4, Cubs 2. Menards on all your home improvement needs. By Duke Energy, delivering more than just electricity, it's power for your life. And by your local Toyota dealers, proud sponsor of the Cincinnati Reds. All right. Well, how about that tie-breaking single from Frazier? Though we do not forget the base hits with one out in front of it by Phillips and Votto, and the stolen base by Votto. Well, this gives you a pretty good indication of what might be coming, not only here in the 8th, but also the 9th. The 8th inning has pretty much been reserved for J.J. Hoover when you have a lead. Ryan Matthews will get the ball in the 8th inning tonight. Coughlin to lead things off. I mean, look, Chapman is not the only one who's been pitching a lot out of the Reds bullpen here of late. When you're getting 6 innings, 4 innings, 5 innings, 4 innings, tonight 5 2/3 out of your starters, those are the length of innings pitched in each of the 5 games since the All-Star break for the Reds. Chapman's not the only one pitching. In fact, he is pitching the least amount. Guys like Matthews and Hoover and Badenhop.
Well, Hoover's been in back-to-back games. He pitched the last game against the Indians, an inning through 12 pitches. He pitched last night an inning where he pitched 18 pitches. He did pitch 23 back on the 17th. That was the first game that the Reds played against the Indians.
Ground ball to the right side, and Matthews takes care of Coghlan to begin the 8th inning. So, you know, here you take a look. We talked about this very early on. You include the 5 2/3 now by Iglesias, so you go 6-5, 4-5, 5 2/3. 18 innings out of the bullpen. 3 games for Hoover out of the 4. Badenhop 3 of 4. Matthews 3 of 4. Now 4 of 5. So there are a lot of guys down there that could probably use a breather. You know, Chris, I don't know if there's ever been an exact science. It's always funny, you know, managers and pitching coaches always talk about not wanting to use guys 3-4 days in a row. But then, you know, when you talk to guys who pitched in the bullpen, and part of your career you did, and I mean, we talk to Jeff Brantley every day.
Yeah.
It seems like all the pitchers say, I could have pitched a lot more than I did.
Right.
Did you hear the same things from guys you played with?
Absolutely. Well, they're carrying 12 pitchers nowadays. Some teams are carrying 13. I mean, back in Jeff Brantley's day, even before that, in my day, and before that, it was not unusual to carry, you know, 9 or 10 pitchers. So you had fewer, and you had to go longer, and the managers didn't play matchups as much. So I think the difference is, I mean, you look at that chart and you say, well, I mean, he pitched 3 games in 2 innings. What's the big deal about that? The problem is that you warm up every day, and you didn't do that back then. When you warmed up, you came in a ball game, and you may be in there for 2 or 3 innings. You didn't come in there for 1 batter.
Jonathan Herrera takes over, batting for Stroh. Stroh only retired 1 batter, but he got 2 outs when he picked off Frazier. He allowed a hit, no runs. But of course, he allowed the single, which played at 2 off the bat of Todd Frazier. Two and one on Herrera. Jumbo Diaz goes an inning and a third, allows a hit, a strikeout, no walks, no runs. Look out. So off a screen in front of the Cubs dugout. 2-2 on Jonathan Herrera. Little flare. Suarez to the outfield to get it. That's a nice play by Suarez, and a big play.
He got a nice jump on that ball, Suarez did. That ball kind of slicing behind him. At the last minute, he had to turn his body a little bit and they were able to get that catch.
And Brandon tried to get him to do that little dance that Brandon does after he makes a big time play like that. Right now, Russell with 2 away. I don't remember Matthews since he's come to the Reds throwing 95. Do you?
No.
His fastball has been clocked at 95 on a couple occasions tonight. There's another one.
Hey, his delivery looks much better for some reason tonight. I mean, he's not falling off towards first base. He's really staying behind the baseball. Staying on line.
1 ball and 1 strike on Addison Russell.
Matthews was in that ball game last night, and he had a ball that came back to him and kind of twisted his knee a little bit on it when he went down. Looked like maybe just stretched it in kind of an odd way. He's throwing a ball at 96 now. That's about as well as we've seen him throw.
Well, double barrel action in the Cub bullpen.
The loogie on the left and the hard thrower on the right.
Yeah, Russell and Rondon. Russell the left-hander. Ryan Matthews bringing the heat here tonight. The Reds will bat in the bottom of the 8th inning as Matthews blows away Russell. Reds in front by 2. Responsible citizens through programs that promote character and leadership, education, healthy lifestyles, and more. For more information, visit foxsportsupports.com. You cannot go wrong with the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. All right, couple of changes here. Reds bat in the bottom of the 8th inning, leading 4-2. Jonathan Herrera takes over at second base. And replacing Strope on the mound. Young man whose father was from Cincinnati, became a very good closer for a number of years in the major leagues. Jeff Russell. James was born here but grew up once his dad started pitching down in Arlington, Texas.
Well, Jeff was a right-hander and a hard thrower. James is a left-hander, and has pretty wicked secondary stuff. Good breaking stuff right here, although normally he comes in to face 1 or 2 left-handed hitters. They're going to turn Pena around, and I'm not sure how many batters he's going to get beyond Pena.
What a great job by Matthews.
Really great job. I mean, he threw the ball better tonight than we've seen him since he's put on a red uniform.
I think you are 100% correct. He certainly threw harder than any time and threw a lot of strikes.
Yeah, threw with conviction.
Russell has started himself out a very, very nice major league career. Well, he's pitched a lot of games.
You know, Joe Maddon has what looks like a program folded up and stuck in his back pocket all the time. He takes that and he's looking at it all the time. I know it's full of numbers and matchups and trends and all sorts of information that you can cram onto one page for easy reference. He's looking at it right now.
But you know, with all the talk and all the numbers and all those kinds of things, when you talk to Joe Maddon, he bases a lot of his decisions on what some of those numbers tell him. But he is still, you know, of the age where there's a lot of that quote unquote sort of old school left in him. What a play that was by Castro. Mercy, mercy. That ball had a little English on it and almost checked up as he overran it, and he fielded that ball in his bare hand.
Yeah, I don't know if he meant to do that right from the very beginning, realizing that he had to hurry to throw a little bit. But I think you're right. I think he reacted after that ball checked up and took kind of a funny hop. I think he looks a little rejuvenated to me, Castro. There were times over the last few years playing for a very bad Cubs team where he just didn't look 100% into it. There's a shift.
Bird busting it up the line, but he's retired. You know, we were talking about Madden there, though, for a second, and he is still old school enough, a part of him old school enough, that he's still not afraid to make the gut decision at the big moment of a game. Where your gut just tells you, these numbers tell me one thing, but I feel a different thing.
Well, he realizes he's managing human beings.
Tell you what, though, I had a long talk with Craig Counsell, of course, now the manager of the Milwaukee Brewers. And he went down to interview for the Tampa Bay job after Madden took the job with the Cubs. And he walked away from that interview, and he ended up taking himself out of the final 3 candidates. He walked away as impressed as anybody could ever be with an organization and the way they think in Tampa Bay. It was very interesting to hear him share those thoughts. There's a fly ball on the right, and we are off to the 9th inning. J.J. Hoover will be the closer tonight, trying to nail it down. to make it back-to-back wins over their division rivals. Todd Frazier put the Reds in the driver's seat, brought to you by Kia. Coming up with that tie-breaking 2-run single against a drawn-in infield. In the 7th inning, Frazier's knocked in 3 tonight. All right, let's bring you up to speed on some changes defensively for the Reds. They're going to bring Billy Hamilton into the game to play center field. That'll push Marlon Byrd back to his customary spot in left. Still Bruce in right. Frazier, Suarez, Phillips, Votto, third to first, Payne catching, and the new pitcher. Reds looking for a save for the first time from somebody not named Chapman.
In a long, long time. You got to go back to June the 24th. That's when Hoover recorded his only save of the year. That was when the Reds were in Pittsburgh. And you got to figure he's got a little extra adrenaline flowing through his body right now.
Fowler, Schwarber, Bryant here in the Chicago ninth. Fowler 1 of 4, singled in the 5th inning.
Boy, that is a nasty yacker right there.
Lined into right field, base hit. Not quite sure what it is about the Reds that brings out the best in Dexter Fowler. So guy came into this series hitting .231. Was on base 4 times last night. He has 2 hits tonight. Schwarber has 2 hits and 4 at-bats, knocked in a run with a double to center field in the 5th inning. And JJ coming with the heat there, jumps ahead, 0-2.
Yeah, coming with the heat and coming up just a little bit higher in the strike zone. Now you can expand and see if you can get Schwarber to chase.
He came with a breaking ball, and Schwarber lucky to make contact. One ball, 2 strike pitch. Here it comes. 2-2. Leadoff single by Fowler here in the ninth. Reds with a 2-run lead. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It remains on the rookie Schwarber.
Boy, he just has a presence about him that makes you believe he's not really a rookie. I mean, he's just as calm as can be in that batter's box. Good idea right there for Hoover, just to see if he would chase something hard upstairs.
Ryan waits. Payoff pitch coming. Would they start Fowler 3-2? No. And this game is tied. Schwarber hits one a mile. And the kid from Middletown ties this game in the ninth inning. And throws a dagger into the heart of the team that he grew up rooting for since the day he was born, and his family celebrates. Well, that ball was just absolutely destroyed. What an at-bat. What an at-bat. Dad's seen that a time or two before. So on a night where Aroldis Chapman is unavailable, the Reds blow a 2-run lead in the top of the ninth inning. Chapman last night saved his 54th consecutive game in this ballpark. The last time he blew a save at Great American Ballpark was September 2012. He's just simply superhuman. And Hoover is still not recorded an out. Pico out for a visit. Ball one on Anthony Rizzo. Single, homer, walk to start the Chicago ninth inning. They've tied the game at 4. Rizzo helping Hoover there on what should have been ball 2. You hang around baseball long enough and you talk to guys who have done it and who haven't done it. And of course, you can never judge a guy if he's never really been given the chance over an extended period of time. But for those that have dared to make the argument in recent years that anybody can get the final 3 outs of a game, if you watch baseball long enough, you might not buy into that all the time. There's strike 3 to Anthony Rizzo. Because there still is a difference between outs 23, 24, say in the 8th, as opposed to 5, 6, and 7 in the 9th. And that is in no way, shape, or form any indictment on J.J. Hoover getting a chance here tonight. He's never been given the opportunity at the major league level.
Well, if you're a 3-pitch pitcher, you've got to use all your pitches. There are a lot of different ways to get outs in the 9th inning. You can be overpowering like Chapman. You can have a trick pitch. Or you can be a reliever like Jeff Montgomery, who we interviewed and talked to when the Reds were in Kansas City, who had a boatload of saves with very average major league stuff.
But he certainly mentally was as tough as they come.
That's exactly right. That's where you separate the shape right there, or the shaft. Well, he'll swing 3-0. He hit a double last night at a 3-0 count. Soler did.
Yep. Swung 3-0 to 93-mile-per-hour fastball and dumps it foul and out of play.
We've gone a month without seeing a 3-0 pace hit, and the Cubs have 2 of them tonight. One of an opposite field home run by Coughlin. Batter that's on deck. Good breaking ball right there. That's a hard slider from J.J. Hoover. Hoover's really a 4-pitch pitcher. He's got 2 breaking balls, curve and slider, and a changeup.
3 balls and 2 strikes on Soler. Gone swinging for the 2nd out of the inning. It's a nice recovery there by J.J. after falling behind 3-0.
Back-to-back sliders and well placed.
So 1 more out to go. Bryant leads over at first base with 2 away, and Coughlin the batter. 2 hits and 4 at bats, including that home run to left field in the 6th inning. Pull to the right side, and the Reds will bat in the bottom of the 9th. Game tied at 4 after the 2-run home run from Kyle Schwarber in his return to his hometown. After the 2-run home run by Schwarber off J.J. Hoover ties it in the top of the 9th. Again, Aroldis Chapman not available tonight. And I think Brian Price had pretty much just said, I'm not going to worry about what Chapman tells me this time like last night. He's just not going to be used. Hector Rondon, 12 saves, 15 chances. He'll come into a 4-4 game here in the bottom of the 9th.
And if you're wondering about Chapman, I mean, back-to-back nights is one thing, but the first night that he pitched 2 innings. That was the last night against the Cleveland Indians. And threw 44 pitches that night, threw 13 last night, so 57 pitches in back-to-back nights is just, you're not going to double up on that or triple up on that by trying to send him out there tonight.
First pitch swinging, Ivan De Jesus Jr., and that's an easy out. He was batting for the pitcher, Hoover. Cubs have a new left fielder, a one-time Red, Chris Denorfia. You know, Chris, that whole thing about, number of pitches a guy throws, that's kind of the flip side. I think you and I have both felt for years, and you hear it argued both ways. Your closer, why not bring him in sometimes in the 8th inning to get that final out? Maybe the final 2 outs in the 8th inning. Can a closer go longer than that is a question that is frequently asked as Hamilton looks at ball 1. But that's the flip side to using your closer longer than an inning, is if he has to go out there and throw 40 pitches in a game. You might have him the next day, but you probably don't have him a 3rd day. So, that old thing, for every yin, there's a yang.
Well, they brought him into a tie ball game on that day, and it wasn't a save situation, but you do that at home with your closer. There's not going to be ever a save situation when you're tied at home. You're either going to win or you're going to lose. And he ended up pitching 2 innings that ball game. That was that ugly 10-walk ball game by Reds pitching that day.
Hamilton will beat it out. Now the Reds have action.
Well, that was a dandy play by that shortstop Starlin Castro, though. I mean, I think he gets about anybody in this ballpark with the exception of Billy Hamilton on that play.
Reds have the winning run at first base with 1 out. Chris Bosio makes a very slow walk. Perhaps trying to talk about Chris a way to combat the disruption that will be caused in a moment by the runner at first base.
Well, I'm sure it's on the mind of that number 12 guy there with Schwarber on his back. He tied the game with a home run, but he's right now thinking about Billy Hamilton at first base. And Rondon has not been all that good in his career at holding runners. This year, just like last year, he's given up 6 stolen bases. They've thrown out 1. He has picked a couple off, so that tells me he's got a quick move to first base, but maybe not compact when throwing to the plate. I got to figure that Billy Hamilton will be on the move sometime in this at bat.
Hamilton, the major league leader in stolen bases.
I think you make him throw over a couple of times so that you're able to decipher his good move. I'm not so sure that was it.
45 of 52 is Hamilton. Phillips will call a timeout.
That's a good thing right there, because that's the #1 weapon a right-handed pitcher has against trying to shut the running game down. You just hold the ball varying amounts of times, and usually the longer the better, because you're poised down there as a runner. Your legs begin to hurt from holding that position.
Billy has 1 stolen base since a break. He was thrown out over the weekend, you may remember, by the Indians. There's 44 stolen bases prior to the break, the most ever by a Red.
A little better lead now.
Breaking ball, strike 1 to Brandon.
You know, we really haven't seen Schwarber throw.
Well, it seems like every time the Reds have taken off, and they have a couple of stolen bases in the game tonight, the pitch has either been very low in the dirt, or it was so low when he went to catch it, it just popped right out of his mitt. That's what happened the most recent one when Votto stole second base in the 7th.
He was thinking about it that time. Every other time he's gone back easily into first base. That time has to dive, so he might be right at the extent of that lead where he feels comfortable to be able to get back.
That's a balk.
It's a balk. He never stopped. Even Brandon Phillips called it. You must come to a discernible stop before you go to the plate. That's getting in your head right there.
Well, we talked about this the other day, but the Reds are so very much hoping that Billy Hamilton can become a player who gets on base 33-34% of the time, because what he does to opponents is unlike any other single player in baseball today once he gets on base. Now he'll get an even bigger lead.
Yeah, so why stay at second?
Well, I don't think he's planning on it. Hamilton steals not only more bases than anybody in the league, he steals third with more frequency than anybody in baseball.
Well, he's got 14 steals of third. Lorenzo Cain of the Kansas City Royals is second with 6.
Two away in the inning.
Now the advantage of stealing third base not as big as it is with 1 out.
In fact, not only does he have 14 stolen bases at third, he has not been thrown out 1 time trying to steal third. So the 7 times he's been thrown out trying to steal, all have come at second base. Can Joey Votto be the hero? Votto has swung the bat exceptionally well tonight. He has hit the ball right on the screws 3 of his 4 times up. His first inning liner was scored an error by the center fielder Fowler. He has since singled, been picked off, popped up to left, singled, stole a base, scored a run in the 7th. Hamilton carries a tying run. We're in the 9th, 2 outs. Carries a winning run. We're in the 9th, 2 outs. Votto, very good numbers against Rondon. Winning run at second, 2 outs. And the 1-1. In the air, left field, and Coghlan in the track. Or Denorfia at the track. We are playing extra innings. Jack Link's beef jerky feeds your wild side. Cubs get a 2-run home run in the top of the 9th inning by Kyle Schwarber. It came off J.J. Hoover. Reds leave the winning run at second base in the bottom half of the inning. So here we are in the 10th. Imandi Jesus Jr. will remain in the game. He'll replace Brandon Phillips. Taking over on the mound, just brought up from the minor leagues. We saw him last year at the end of the season, you may remember, Dylan Axelrod.
When they brought Dylan Axelrod up, I asked him when I saw him in the club, I said, well, how have they talked to you about what your role might be? He said, well, I'm going to be the long man. So when you get into an extra inning affair and your bullpen is already thin, you bring a guy in who has been a starter really all year long down in the minor leagues, 17 starts for Axelrod out of the 18 games he has been in.
Castro to be followed by Herrera and then Denorfia in the Chicago 10th inning. Castro 1 hit and 4 at bats tonight. That one a bit off the end of the bat. That'll be a fly ball to Marlon Byrd. 1 away. Jonathan Herrera. 1 at bat, had a little flare into shallow left center field, and Suarez went out there and twisting and turning, made a nice acrobatic catch. Broken bat pulled foul. Crowd of nearly 37,000, and many have stayed around. We are playing well into the night tonight. We're only in the top of the 10th inning, and this one closing in on 4 hours young. It was only 2 days ago Reds played an extra inning game, losing in 11 to the Indians. And if you're wondering about records, the Reds are 4-7. Extra innings have been very kind to the Cubbies. They've won 9 of 13. Axelrod retires the first 2 in the inning. Denorvia bats for the first time tonight. 3-10 batter with a home run and 11 runs batted in. That ball stung to center field, but Hamilton will get to it. And Axelrod a 1-2-3-10. Reds have Frazier, Bruce, and Pena coming up. Four-game series will play a day-night doubleheader tomorrow. Cubs staying with Rondon, who allowed an infield hit to Hamilton in the 9th inning. He balked Billy to second base, but then retired Phillips and Votto at crunch time. Well, you hear Frank Sinatra and you know who's coming up. Todd Frazier. Frazier broke the 2-2 tie with a single to center field in the 7th inning. He's knocked in 3 of the Reds' 4 runs. The other driven in by Schumacher on a ground out way back in the 2nd inning. The Reds went from the 3rd inning until the 7th without a hit. That's when they bunched together 3 in a row to score 2 runs to break the tie. Frazier 2 of 7 in his career against Rondon. Bruce is 5 for 11 and Pena 2 out of 5, so pretty good numbers for the trio due up here in the bottom of the 10th. Three and 2 on Frazier to lead off the inning. Hopper at Castro, and that's the way it starts here in the 10th. Those are the numbers we referred to a moment ago for Jay against this Cub reliever. Steve Reich 1. Jay tonight has walked twice, struck out, and flied out to left field.
Pitcher catcher trying to get together now.
Producer of Reds Baseball, Brian Hunterman. Our director, Roy Alfers. Our associate producers are Matt Sigafus and Lauren White. Reds Live producer Kent Weaver. Coordinating producer Bob Penelon. Our executive producer Tom Farmer. We are in the bottom of the 10th inning of a 4-4 game. And for a second straight batter, the count is full.
You know, you usually read those credits when you're near the end of the ball game.
We are.
Maybe you're looking for a long ball from one of these guys.
We are. Why not Jay Bruce?
Well, he's capable. Hit one 459
nice young
yesterday.
Man. Why not?
Never really gave him a fastball to negotiate, did he? Here's a guy that throws 98 miles an hour, and he goes to his probably third best pitch right there. That's the slider, so that would be his second best pitch. Boy, it goes straight down, though. He really has downward movement on that pitch.
Comes back with 97, strike one to Pena. Ryan does not have a home run this year. There's a base hit by Pena. So the winning run aboard for the Reds here in the bottom of the 10th inning with 2 men out. That's Bryant's second hit tonight. Now we have seen so many times where Brian Price is, I mean, the word wouldn't be reluctant. He just will not do it. If you're thinking about a pinch runner for Pena here, to have to use that backup catcher Tucker Barnhart, right, he just does not do it.
Would you do it now, or would you wait perhaps and Pena can work his way to second base? Because the only difference would be maybe scoring on a double in this situation. But if you get him to second base, then you've got a lot better odds of getting just a single for a base hit to score a run than you would trying to score in a guy from first here with a double. Where Bird's got the pop to go yard. Well, that's a nice pitch.
Still a ball and 2 strikes on Marlon Booth. We're off to the 12th inning. Rondon allows a hit. 1 left. 11th inning around the corner. We're tied at feed your wild side. It was a 2-2 game when the Reds came to bat in the 7th inning with 1 out, singles by Phillips and Votto. And then Frazier drops one into center field, scoring Phillips and Joey. Reds led 4-2. Stayed that way after great relief work from Diaz and Matthews, but with Hoover closing it out. First batter singled, then Middletown High School graduate Kyle Schwarber hit one a mile to the delight of his friends and family, which tied the game in the 9th, and that's where we stand here in the 11th. Each team with 10 hits. Cubs have the game's only error. Cubs have left 11, Reds have left 8. Dylan Axelrod coming off a 1-2-3 10th in his first game since being brought up from the minor leagues yesterday. And a strike one to Dexter Fowler, top of the order for Chicago. Fowler, Schwarber, Bryant.
Come, baby, come on.
Check swing and a miss, and Fowler is going to reach base safely to begin the inning.
How about that? Little slider down in the dirt right there, and an attempted backhand by Brian Pena.
Yep, pass ball.
Gotta be.
So once again, here comes Schwarber. What a night again. This guy's only played 11 games in the big leagues, and half of them you say, what a night. And that's not an exaggeration. Man, can this kid hit. Just went 3 for 4 with a double Friday night in Atlanta, the day he was called back up from AAA Iowa. We were talking about it on the air. You know, the game he came in and had just a monster game when he first got called up to the big leagues. 4 for 5, 3 runs and 2 RBIs. Now tonight, 3 hits, single, double, home run. Got underneath that one. That'll stay in the yard.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you're going to get him out consistently, you better be able to throw it low and away, because he's got that inside part of the plate pretty well covered. I mean, he gets to those pitches right now. That pitcher's on the inner part of the plate, and I mean, he just missed it.
Here's Bryant. Bryant's been on base each of his last 2 times after the Reds handled him his first 3 plate appearances. He's 1 of 4, a double and a walk. The double was a broken bat, but he bounced it over the wall down the left field line. Bryant clean shaven for the first time since he's come to the professional level. That picture you see out on the scoreboard is really the way most of Chicago and most of baseball fans at the major league level have expected to see what Bryant looks like. He had looked like it was constantly like a 3, 4, 5 day growth, and just in this series, because he was wearing that during the home run derby in the All-Star game. It's the first time he's been completely clean shaven. Axelrod against Bryant. Sails wide, 2 balls and a strike.
Axelrod doesn't have the kind of stuff that he's ever going to displace a high prospect. He doesn't throw in the mid-90s, doesn't have a great slider or a put-away pitch. But he's a guy that really doesn't give up. He throws strikes. When he was originally drafted, he was in the 30th round of 2007 at the University of California, Irvine. Then when he eventually signed, he was signed as a free agent, that by the Chicago White Sox.
Runner goes, and a foul ball.
Pitched in the big leagues last year, got sent down, was taken off the roster, really essentially given up on, came right back with the Reds, and you keep plugging away. If you find a spot where you can be a minor league survivor, he's only 29 years old, so he's certainly not at the end of his career. But every time he gets a ball at the big league level, he's pitching for his major league life.
He pitched some good games for the Reds last year.
He really did. But for every chance you give a pitcher like Axelrod, who throws around 90-91, you'll give a guy like Michael Lorenzen 10 because he throws 96.
Well, maybe the best example of all is just Jumbo Diaz being in anybody's camp. But he throws 98. Threw 99 tonight. Jumbo threw the ball well tonight.
Yes, he did.
So did Ryan Matthews. Two and two to Bryant. Oh boy, that looked like a pretty good pitch.
Hard to argue on that one if you're in the dugout, because really all you see there is high and low. That ball just a hair outside.
Runner most assuredly going. Yep, swing and a miss. And Fowler into second base. I tell you, Bryant can strike out with the best of them now.
So could Dave Kingman.
You brought that up last night. You might end up hitting the nail on the head. They're going to walk Rizzo and take their chances with the right-handed batting Jorge Soler. Axelrod should be out of the inning. It was a strikeout and a pass ball, which allowed the runner who stands at second now, Dexter Fowler, to reach first base. Schwarber to fly ball to right. Bryant a strikeout. But Axelrod will need a fourth out in this inning, and he's hoping that Soler has its ball four to Rizzo. It is pretty creative, that cheer they do for Soler. They do it at Wrigley Field, but a couple of Cub fans are here tonight doing where they say hip hip and the rest of the crowd says Jorge. It's pretty good.
You know, I had not paid any attention to that. I'm glad you brought it up.
It's pretty good.
I'll listen for it next time.
It's not bad.
And it could work for. Maybe I'll do that next time I see George Grant.
I think it's a great idea. Now two. Diving play by Frazier. Gets up, throws to first. It's high. But a nice play by Frazier to keep that ball in the infield. He did all he could. It's an infield hit by Soler. And the bases are loaded. They're going to have to hit for the pitching.
kind of rolls over on one and nearly finds a hole to win the ball game. That ball gets by Frazier and then gets by the shortstop Suarez, who was backing him up, and he may have been there to knock that ball down anyway. Eugenio was in a good spot.
Taylor Teagarden, one of 3 catchers on this Cubs roster, will come up and bat for the pitcher Rondon. Bases loaded. Strike 1. Teagarden a 182 batting with 1 run batted in. Two on Teagarden, bases loaded and 2 men out. Hitting over. Tehaxarod, he really did a nice job. Struck out the side. Reds will bat in the bottom of the 11th. We're tied at 4. And the Cubs naturally will go to their bullpen. They'll bring on the longtime St. Louis Cardinal, one-time closer for the Cardinals. And he's had a chance to finish out a game or 2 here as well. It's Jason Mott.
You know, we talked to Kyle Schwarber's father yesterday when he had him up in the booth, and you asked him how hard was it to put on that Cubs t-shirt, that Cubs hat. Yeah, you could ask the same question of Jason Mott. I mean, that's a pretty heavy rivalry the Cubs and the Cardinals have. No love lost there, and he goes back into St. Louis wearing that Cubs gray. First couple of times, that must have been kind of weird.
No doubt. No doubt about it.
He is a former catcher, and he throws like one. Very short arm, but throws very hard.
Suarez, DeJesus Jr., and then Billy Hamilton. Suarez more than capable of ending this game with one hearty crack of the bat. And he is in a hitter's count at 2-0. Fastball high, 3-0. Now we've seen the Cubs be very aggressive on 3-0. I would be stunned if Suarez has a green light. Would you?
I would be too, yeah. I am stunned.
Well, if you're going to take a hack 3-0 and you get a green light, it cannot be a pop-up to right field as a right-handed batter.
Well, I think he just chased one just a little bit out of his comfort zone, figuring guaranteed fastball on a 3-0 count. But you're also pretty much guaranteed fastball on 3-1 count with Jason Mott on the mound.
But, you know, you talk to so many players about the 3-0 count, and it really is an interesting conversation to have with players. Some of the guys that are just average players and talking to Hall of Fame players.
Yeah.
And I remember Robin Yount was a guy that I would talk to about this frequently, and he would always talk about the discipline it takes. And you hear this said all the time by announcers or writers or radio talk show hosts about one pitch, one zone. And he would talk all the time about it truly is one pitch and one zone. And if it is just fractionally off of the pitch or particularly the zone, you have to have the discipline to let it go. Two-1 on to Jesus Jr. And Yount was a guy who said he loved hitting 3-0. He said, but he knew a lot of other great players that just did not like it. Hard hit ball, but right at Soler. 2 away here in the Reds' 11th inning. Billy was able to reach with a 1-out infield hit, his first at bat. That came in the 9th inning. He did not start the game tonight. He was balked to second base and was there with 1 out. And he hooks one into right field here. And Hamilton aboard this time with 2 away. Dylan Axelrod will be taken down for a pinch hitter, Tucker Barnhart. Good job by Axelrod. Pitched around a pass ball. An infield hit. Struck out 3 in 2 innings. I beg your pardon. Yes, 3 in 2 innings. Allowed 1 hit, 1 intentional walk, no runs. Tucker trying to end that on 1 swing of the bat. He'd love to get Hamilton in a scoring position. Hamilton running, and a fly ball to left center field will end the inning. We're off to the 12th. We're tied at 4th. And Nate Adcock will come on for the Redlegs. Reds took a 2-run lead in a 7th inning on a 2-run single by Todd Frazier. But in the 9th inning, no Aroldis Chapman available tonight. J.J. Hoover summoned to try and close it out. Allowed a single to the first batter in the inning. And then the young man from Middletown High School, Kyle Schwarber, hit a titanic blast down the right field line. A 2-run home run to tie it up. And that's where we stand as Castro settles in to begin the 12th. Reds won the series opener by a run last night and look to be on their way to another win tonight. Not to be, at least not yet. Bad boot down there by a young Reds fan. Young fella, maybe late teens. Not that guy. He ended up getting the ball. That was after the boot by the guys, I think, in front of him.
Right place, right time.
Yeah. Actually, they're behind him, the guys who booted him. It's kind of like an unforced error in tennis, right? Let the other guy make the mistake.
Yeah.
And you take the good.
You just keep staying in the vicinity.
That can be said about a lot of things in life. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Castro. Well, he doesn't look like the same guy.
No, he sure doesn't. That's 3 strikeouts on the night for him. A 1 for 6.
Jonathan Herrera getting already his 3rd plate appearance since coming on in the 8th inning. He has popped up and flied out to right. He's popped up for a 3rd time. Marlon Byrd calls off Suarez, 2 away, and Adcock 2 up, 2 down. Wonder if Jim Day might be taking a little snooze inside that Fox Sports Ohio condominium. Jeff Piccolo has already made his way down to the dugout area.
Brings up a good question. You wonder what Jim Day does do in extra innings.
I mean, pitch down there grinded. Norfield watches one bounce up there. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Probably the same question your dad used to ask of Joe Nuxall. When Nuxall would go down around the 9th inning to get ready to do the star of the game show, and then the game would get tied up and go extra innings, and Joe wouldn't go back to the radio booth, and Marty would wonder where he was. Where's the old left-hander?
Well, you know, he was always so tight with Bernie. And I think they just settle in for a little while. Can't blame a guy for that. And Joe would probably say the little guy's probably okay up there for a while. 2-2 to Northfield. Swing and a miss, and that'll do it. A 1-2-3-12 for Adcock. Reds are coming up. Votto to start it. And we're tied at 4. Part of the order coming up for the Reds. That'll be Votto, Frazier, and Bruce. Of course, these guys have seen Mott during his days with the St. Louis Cardinals. Joey is 3 out of 6 against Mott with a couple of walks.
Yeah, not one player on this active roster for the Reds has ever hit a home run off of Jason Mott. So somebody's due.
Mott allowed a 2-out single to Billy Hamilton, his first inning of work in the 11th. Pretty slick play by Addison Russell. That ball stung again. Or they stayed with Herrera, I beg your pardon. We've had a number of changes here. So Jonathan Herrera makes a very nice play there. So the Cubs have DeNorfia, Fowler, Soler, left, center, and right. Bryant, Castro, Herrera, Rizzo, Schwarber, and Mott, the battery. Frazier tonight has knocked in 3 runs. Takes a fastball up. He's 2 out of 4 with a double in his career against Mott. Cubs are 9-4 in their 13 extra inning games this year. Reds have played 11. They're 4 up and 7 down.
Talk about that attitude, Tom, of what you do on a 3-0 count. I would think in this situation you're thinking the same on a 3-1 count. Got it and popped it up.
Jay Bruce, an 0 for 3 night, has walked twice. Jay has struck out, walked, line to left, and struck out his last time. That ball pulled down the right field line into the corner. Soler over to play it off the wall, and he'll hold Bruce to a single. That's the second time he's done that tonight. He is a gifted defender out there in right. Very athletic player.
Now, he was playing around really right in straight up right field. So he had a ways to go to get to that. But this padded wall out there at Great American, if you hit it hard against that wall, it bounces right back to you. And he caught that really without the ball bouncing after it hit the wall. Good choice by Bruce.
First career hit in 7 at-bats for Bruce against Mott. And now Brian Pena, 2 hits tonight in 5 at-bats. And a bouncing ball into right field. Back-to-back hits. So here comes Marlon Byrd with a chance to win the game. Winning run for the Reds stands at second base in the form of Jay Bruce. Byrd has had a very quiet night. He had an infield hit, scored a run in the second inning, has since struck out, grounded to short, rolled out to second, and struck out again. Marlon a chance to win the game right here and right now. Ball 1. Jay Bruce carries a winning run out at second base, 2 away. Mott ready, so too is Byrd. The fastball dips low and away, 2 balls and a strike. Inning over. Tied at 4. half of the 13th inning. Nate Adcock came on and pitched a 1-2-3 12th inning. The last scoring in this game came in the Cubs' 9th inning. That's when Kyle Schwarber clubbed a 2-run home run deep into the seats in right field off of J.J. Hoover. Reds had a 4-2 lead, and it was gone in the blink of an eye. In fact, it was gone after 2 batters against Hoover in the 9th inning. So Schwarber due up second here. As Dexter Fowler, the leadoff man in center fielder, looks at ball 1. These Cubs who are fighting it out for that second wild card spot. Granted, we have a long way to go, but it's never too early. If you're in the hunt, it's never too early to talk about it. When you're out of the hunt, you're like, oh, it's too early to talk about that. When you're in it, you're in it. And you're living it and breathing it every single day from now until the end of September. And guys might tell you they haven't noticed what's going on in San Diego tonight, but the Giants are absolutely blasting the Padres. It is 9-0. And the Cubs have a 1-game lead over the Giants for that second wild card spot. Kansas City beat the Pirates tonight, so the Cubs can gain on them. They know that. And if you're the Reds, the Pirates and the Cubs are ahead of you, and you win, you can gain on both of them. 3-1 on Fowler. Gobbled up by De Jesus, 1 away. Well, here comes a guy who tied it up in that 9th inning. Big round of applause. His friends and family still here. Kyle Schwarber.
Well, there was speculation, Tom, as to which game Schwarber might catch tomorrow. And given the fact that he's getting deep into this ball game here in the 13th inning, I'd imagine that they'll give him the day game off. And if he is going to catch it all tomorrow, it'll be tomorrow night. That will be the TV that we have, or that will be the game that we'll have on television tomorrow. This is why we are still here. A 3-2 fastball right down Broadway, and Schwarber sends it into the night. That tied it up.
Did that ball actually go in the stands, or did it fly over the Budweiser bow tie bar?
It went right into the bow tie bar.
Do you think it bounced on the concrete there and then went out by Mering Way?
I don't think so, but it could have.
I could never really tell where it landed.
I'll tell you, he's just quick on the inside of the pitch.
No doubt.
He's just geared for it. I mean, he's gotten off to a great start. He's got a nice swing. Very nice young man. Works hard. All the intangibles you talk to. Got a text from Kent Merker last night, former Red, who went into the agent business. Well, Kyle Schwarber was the first player that he ever signed. And he just thinks the world of this young man. Not only from the talent standpoint, but from being just a good man, a good guy. So congratulations to Ken Merker, because you got a good one there.
No doubt about that.
But you know what happens in the big leagues? They get the book on you. You begin to move the ball around a little bit, find what you can and can't do. Can you keep up with adding and subtracting? Can you go outside, low and outside, and get that pitch?
He's just given his team the lead.
Wow.
This kid is something, man. Word might get around the league, but for the time being, he is knocking fences down.
Well, he went down to get that one. It looked like it caught a lot of the plate, but you still have to put the wood to it, and he has done it, and done it tonight in front of a lot of Cubs fans and in front of a ton of family and friends from Middletown.
Well, this will be a night, no matter how many years or whatever accomplishments Kyle Schwarber will have as he makes his way through his major league career. This will be a night he will never forget. I mean, think about the last 9 days for Kyle Schwarber. He comes to his hometown to play in a ballpark where he used to come to watch games, playing in the Futures game. He wins the MVP of the Futures game. The Cubs call him back to the major leagues after the All-Star break, and he knows exactly where they're going after they leave Atlanta over the weekend. He's coming right back home. Joe Madden tells the press before the Cubs ever get here, Kyle Schwarber is starting 3 of the 4 games in this series. Last night, his first time up, base hit. Walked later in the game, scored a run. And then tonight, a single his second at bat, knocked in a run with a double in the 5th, tied the game in the 9th with a 2-run home run, and now gives the Cubs a lead 5-4 with a second home run of the game here in the top of the 13th inning. Bryant strikes out again. I had a guy walk up to me today and he said, "Well, I thought you guys really talked about Schwarber too much last night."
Really?
And I didn't know what to say. I mean, I just kind of stared at him for a minute and I thought, man, this is the stuff that dreams are made of. I mean, look, nobody wants to see the Reds lose up here. We'd love to see Schwarber hit 4 home runs, solo home runs, and the Reds win 5-4. I didn't bother saying that. I just let it be.
That's very nice of you.
Right. What are you going to say? Anybody who would ask you that question, what are you going to say?
You just say that you're calling the game the way you see it. I mean, a guy made a name for himself last night. He's a big story here in town, and he is even a bigger story tonight than he was last night.
You know, we're privy, and not everyone is, and so I don't want to, you know. We're privy to meet the young man's father last night. And Chris, I think you would admit, I mean, we're standing here talking to this guy. I mean, you're just sitting there saying to yourself, how can it get better than that? He was just so excited to be here. The dad looked you in the eye and said, boy, it was painful for me to ever have to put on all this Cubs stuff. The interview with Schwarber did yesterday with Jim Day, where he caught himself saying, I was down there in the Fox Sports Ohio condominium, and we got a home run there that night. Oh, that's right. It's not we anymore. I now play for the other guy. 5-4 Chicago. has given Chicago a 5-4 lead. It's the first time the Cubs have led in a game all night tonight. Justin Grimm comes on to replace Jason Mott. Remember now, these two teams have to turn around and play a day-night split doubleheader in about 12 hours, 12 and a half hours. Grimm was a guy who was hung with a loss last night. He went 1/3 of an inning, allowed a hit, a walk, and 2 runs. He gave him a 2-run home run to Jay Bruce.
Yeah, he came in a situation where there were 2 out and nobody on. And to face Todd Frazier, and he ended up walking Todd Frazier and then giving up a long home run to Jay Bruce. He's got the bottom of the order to tend with here in the 13th.
It'll be Suarez, followed by DeJesus Jr. and then Billy Hamilton. One ball and 2 strikes. Mott goes 2 innings, allows 3 hits, no runs, no strikeouts, no walks. And now it's Grimm, pitcher of record for the Reds is Adcock, pitcher of record for Chicago is Jason Mott. One hopper down to Bryant. 1 away. Again, we will not have the day game for you tomorrow on Fox Sports Ohio. You can catch that one on the radio or come on down to the ballpark. Tickets are available. 12:35 first pitch. The second game, Reds Live, will get underway at 5:30. And please remember, if you're thinking about either joining us or coming down, it's a unusual start time for the second game of that doubleheader. 6:10 first pitch. Here's DeJesus. And he looks at a strike. Yvonne 0 for 2 since coming on back in the 9th inning. He is fly to right and lined to right. DeJesus has hit the ball very hard in 2 of his 3 at-bats since coming in, but nothing to show for it. Two away in the 9th, and here's Billy Hamilton. Now, Billy, since coming on in the 9th inning, has 2 base hits, an infield single in the 9th, and a clean single through the hole into right in the 11th. Look like the Reds had this one in their hip pocket tonight. Got a 2-run single from Todd Frazier to break a 2-2 tie in the 7th. Outstanding relief work tonight from Jumbo Diaz after a good solid start by Raisel Iglesias. Ryan Matthews worked a scoreless inning, but with no Aroldis Chapman available, the Reds handed the ball to J.J. Huber, who's been spectacular in the 8th, but it was not to be in the 9th. Hoover allowed a single to begin the inning to Fowler, and a game-tying home run to Kyle Schwarber, sending us into extra innings before Schwarber's home run in this 13th. And this ought to tie a ribbon around this one. The Cubs win it in 13 innings. Final count of 5-4. We're back with Reds Live as the Cubs even a series in a game apiece with a double dip tomorrow.